Hello, and welcome on back to Citizen Sleeper. I've titled this one All Better Citizen Sleeper. Not because I'm really all better, but I'm trying to keep a positive mentality. In fact, I'm actually doing not so great at the moment, but not terribly so as to keep me down. I'll tell you what though, it was hard to get out of bed. Not this morning, but this afternoon, because that's around the time I'm waking up nowadays. But yeah, I don't know. I think for continuity's sake, the day after I live streamed Citizen Sleeper, yesterday, or not yesterday, but like a few days ago now, I went back to the dentist, and they didn't really fix my semi-permanent retainer. They kind of just were like, we'll move it closer to your teeth, and then that's it. And I'm like, okay, it's still bothering me, but now it's more manageable. But it was, I don't know. Now it's something I got to really consider. Of like, I don't know. Should I call like the orthodontist and be like, maybe get rid of this whole semi-permanent retainer thing? Because I don't know. I kind of like it. At this point, I'm used to it. You know. Anyone out there with a semi-permanent retainer? Anyone know what it's like? Because like initially I was like, oh, I hate this thing. It sucks. But then you live with it for like literal years. Like I think it's been about 7 years, maybe going on 8, maybe a little less. But I've had this for so long that I'm just like used to it. And now that they've messed it up and haven't really fixed it, they didn't. I don't know. Nothing will ever be the same. But you know, it's like they were kind of like, we're just gonna do this until you're good with it. And I'm like, well, I'm never going to be good with it because you're not doing it right. But, you know, it's fine. So, yeah, after that, what was it? Is it currently Saturday, technically? Yeah, it's Saturday because it's 1 a.m. right now, my time. But yeah, I was actually gonna stream on Thursday, like the day after. But I'll tell you what happened. I like spent most of the day rewatching Pluribus, or I think I did that the day before, whichever. But I was like watching through Pluribus again because it's a really great show, man. I really like Pluribus. And then I thought the next episode was coming out on Friday, like 9 p.m. my time. But no, it was kind of funny. It was fairly funny because I was like scrolling through TikTok, and I saw like a video that was like, oh hey, here Pluribus episode 7 just dropped, and here are my thoughts about it. And I was like, is this guy doing a bit? Is he like lying? The next episode is supposed to come out tomorrow. And then I like read some of the comments, and people are like, oh yeah, Monosos is really great in this episode, or something like that. And then I was like, wait, what? And then I was like, oh, the new episode's out. And so I watched that, and then I really liked it. I don't know. I loved it. Like, specifically, Monosos's journey, and like him, like, learning English and then kind of having this mantra going through, the gap, or I forget what the actual name of it is, but this like really dense, forest that's like in between where he was and, Panama, I think. Sorry, I'm bad with names and geography and locations. It is my fault. It's my bad. But yeah, oh yeah, no, it's a really great episode, and I did really love it, and so I wound up doing that, and then like I was like busy just consuming other stuff on that day. Mostly, I didn't watch the Game Awards or whatever they're called. I mostly just looked at the announcements, and then also I watched Jacob Geller's Best of 2025, or it was what was the title? It's like his top 10 games of 2025. But it pretty good video. I quite liked it. Unfortunately, I didn't watch all of it. I skipped two games specifically, and that is Hades 2 and Citizen Sleeper 2. Because I'm really interested to see what he thinks about those games and what he has to say about them. But I'm like, I'm gonna play those games as soon as Hades 2 is available on the PlayStation 5. I'm playing it, and then I don't know, either after I beat Citizen Sleeper 1, I might buy Citizen Sleeper 2, or I might wait till January 31st next year, because that's when the game came out this year in 2025. So it'd be kind of funny to be like, hey, what? Well, 1 year of Citizen Sleeper being out, now I'm finally playing it. Because it did take me about 7 months to finally go back and play Citizen Sleeper 1, which was technically free for me. Because it, came out, or no, it's out on PlayStation Plus Extra. So it's like, yeah, what are my current goals? I got the build a home drive, fix the ambergris. Oh, yeah. Flotilla aid. Yeah, that one I want to do, certainly. I think that'll be fun. Yeah, I should focus on the mushrooms and stuff. Okay. Get to know Emphas, that also works. Grow mushrooms. Okay, so I got a lot of mushroom... I have a lot of mushroom-related things going on here. And then, yeah, okay. Got that going on, too. But, so yeah. It's, I don't know, it's interesting seeing, like, all the games that were getting, praise and, like, awards, and, like, I don't know, I'm working on my own, Game of the Year list. Because, I don't know, to me, I think it'll be a little interesting, trying to do a Game of the Year list. Because I think I'm gonna do like two kinda Game of the Year lists. One where it's just games that came out this year, and like that'll probably just be like a top 10. If I can even play 10 games that have come out this year, because I was looking through it, and I think I've played like 7 games that came out this year, and one of them was the Battlefield 6 beta, and I played that for like a day. So yeah, I've not played many games that came out this year, but I have at least 2 more to add to the list, and that's gonna be The Alters and 1000X Resist, because even though 1000X Resist came out like well before it originally released on the Nintendo Switch, I'm gonna it just recently released, I think in the beginning of November, on PlayStation, and I think just PlayStation, which is kind of a shame because I don't even think it's on PC, which is like kind of an interesting move, I think, where it's like, it's like, I don't know, it might be really hard to translate it over to the PC or something like that, but or maybe they got like a deal with PlayStation, because like I think Nintendo has that for some like indie games, where like Nintendo has like a couple timed exclusives. One of them, much to my chagrin, being Hades 2, where I'm like, oh, Hades 2 is finally coming out this year, awesome. And then it's like, oh, I get to go fuck myself? Thanks, Nintendo. Wow, okay, yeah, no, hey, fuck you too, man, fuck you too. Ugh, man, oh man. But yeah, so Exciting stuff there, and then also last little bit of things to say or talk about or whatever. Um, will be Oh yeah, the games that were announced at the Game Awards. Because like I don't know, I'll be honest. Like like sometimes people will talk about the Game Awards like they matter, like they mean anything. And it's like I'm always interested in them, but like I don't really give a shit ultimately, you know. But the thing that I am interested in is like, oh, what's announced, what's coming out, what's coming up. Uh, cause what was it? Oh yeah, I saw a video that was like every game of the year from like 2014 onwards. And like the first one they said was like 2014 was Dragon Age Inquisition. And no offense to Dragon Age Inquisition, I think it's a pretty good game. But I'm like, really? That got Game of the Year? And I'm like, what else came out in 2014? And so I specifically watched Yahtzee's top 5 and bottom 5 games of the year of 2014. And I was like, what games does this guy have on his list? And he had like a couple of games in there. Like honestly, I think for it, even though I haven't played it really, I would have imagined it would have been like Alien Isolation that got Game of the Year, or my personal pick that I have played, Shadow of Mordor. Shadow of Mordor is so fucking good, and it's unbelievable that they copyrighted the Nemesis system. And then they didn't do shit with it. They did Shadow of War, which dumb fucking name, by the way. But that's besides the point. But like they did Shadow of War, and then they did nothing else. And I think they were working on like a Wonder Woman game and like a Black Panther game, and then they canceled both of those games. And like Warner Brothers and I don't know if Monolith was a part of it, but like I think Monolith was the actual developer behind the Shadow of Mordor games, while Warner Brothers was just like the publisher of it. But yeah, it's like they copyrighted that shit and then sat on it and did fucking nothing with it. Because also like Shadow of War was kind of tainted by the fact that it had like microtransactions and like loot boxes and like other dumb shit that should not be in a single player game. And if it is in a single player game, it should not cost you real fucking money. Like you want to have loot boxes or like randomized loot drops or whatever, yeah, that's normal, but like you should not be expected to like pay for it, you know. But yeah, am I getting the developer of it right? Yeah, it's developed by Monolith Productions. Look at that. Look at me remembering stuff. I guess this is what you get for being sober. But so anyway, yeah, the quick highlights for me of games that were announced. Control 2, i.e. Control Resonant. I'm really excited for that. I'm a little sad that it maybe not though, but Jesse Faden does not seem to be the player character anymore. And I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Is it Remedy? What the fuck? you little fucker. You little bitch. I fucking love Jesse Faden. She's one of my favorite characters, man. Jesse Faden fucking rules, okay? But I am really interested to see where they go with it. And I'm sure Jesse is going to be in the game. I think Courtney Hope is the actress who plays her. But it's like, I was like so stoked for Control 2 because I'm like, yes, more Jesse. And it's like, oh, you're actually playing as Dylan this time. And I'm like, what? Okay though, but it does look fucking sick. Like the gameplay looks cool and the world looks neat. I'm really interested to see where they go with it, because like I was really trying to figure it out of like if I like Control or Alan Wake 2 more, because I think Alan Wake 2 is the better game and I do like it more, but like I love the world and the lore of Control more than Alan Wake 2. Like, I think it's just such an interesting concept. Like, I don't know, I've never really personally gotten into it, but, like, I love the idea of, like, the SCP Foundation. Like it's never really been something I'm super into, but I love that idea of like a government section that has to deal with like supernatural or paranatural events, you know? We're just like bizarre shit juxtaposed with people in suits having to like work a desk job and be like, all right, yep, the object that that reverses you is now contained. Unfortunately, now it's reversed me, so I'm writing this with my left hand rather than my right. And like I don't know, I think it's fun, and I think Control did it very well. And I also I don't know, I think people kind of rag on the gameplay for Control where it gets a little boring, and it's like that's Alan Wake. It's Alan Wake 1 especially, and Alan Wake 2 slightly less so. The gameplay is much more fun in Alan Wake 2, but like Alan Wake 1 gameplay fucking drags. Like that shit is not fun. Oh, hold the flashlight up to the guy forever. And it's like, oh, God, this fucking sucks. But yeah, so Control Resonant, really excited for that. That's probably my main highlight. But then you got that new Star Wars game, and I've never played the Old Republic franchise. I've tried to. Like, I've, like, I bought one of them on PC, and I think I also played one, like, once upon a time on the Xbox, but I never really got into it. Or I certainly played some Star Wars game on the Xbox. It might not have been specifically that, but I have played it. And, I don't know. I'm excited for that. Like, I hope it's good, but I'm waiting for that one to come out and like seeing the reviews. And if the reviews are like, yeah, it's pretty decent, or it's even okay, I'd be like, all right, I'm into it. If it's great, I'm like, oh, okay, well, I definitely gotta check that out. But if it's like, yeah, it's kind of bad, or people are disappointed by it, I'm like, nah, I think I'll probably skip it. But yeah, so there's that. What else was there? There was at least one other game I was interested in, but like for most of the other stuff, I wasn't too crazy about. Game Award announcements. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, Control Resonant, which again, that one I am stoked for. Oh yeah, Divinity. I haven't actually seen the trailer for that, but I've heard it was like gory and crazy, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know, I might be into that, you know, all things considered. I don't know. I'm not a Baldur's Gate 3 hater, but I'm certainly not as big of a fan of that game as everyone else is. Like, I think it's really good. I think it is really, really good, but like for me, it's just not great. It doesn't, because like I think it falls a bit with the ending. I think the ending kind of lets the game down like a lot, and then also it's like, I don't know, it might be weird to say, it's a little too ambitious. Like it's like going to the actual city of Baldur's Gate, I think is like, it has some of the best moments and then some of the weakest moments. Where it's like, I think they like really focused more and refined stuff, and you know, had infinite time and resources and everything. Could have been a lot better, but like it's got really strong start, really great middle. Like Act 2 is fucking pretty good, man. Because it's like, it's self-contained, it's like much different than the first act, and like, I don't know, I think it's really interesting what's going on with that. I don't know, I gotta replay the game at some point, because I want to see if I would enjoy it more upon a replay. But yeah, so I'm like apprehensively excited for Divinity, you know? There's a Phantom Blade Zero, which like, I forget what that one is. Is that the one with Jennifer English playing the main lead? But like, I don't know, that might be something else. Street Fighter movie, couldn't care less about that. Don't care about Diablo 4. No Law, a new gritty cyberpunk shooter. Huh. Well, I don't know. That might be interesting. the D&D Warlock game apparently. Hmm. Apparently, The Last of Us co-director Bruce Straley is coming out with a game called Coven of the Chickenfoot. Hmm. New studio, Wildflower Interactive. Huh, interesting. It does say Windows PC, so it might not be a console game, so I might have to miss out on that. But I don't know, sounds neat. The art style looks interesting. Huh, cool. Then there's Invincible Versus, which I don't give a fuck about. I actually just recently rewatched Invincible, the TV show, and I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was really great. Uh, then yeah, Yakuza creators' new game, Gang of Dragon, seems interesting enough, but I don't know. I gotta play the Yakuza games first before I start playing something new, I think. And then Exodus. That's the RPG from a bunch of ex-BioWare guys. Huh. Folks. Oh yeah, and then Resident Evil Requiem. I don't know. For me, I've yet to play a single Resident Evil game. They all look interesting, and like certainly wouldn't mind playing some of the remake ones, like I don't know, Resident Evil 2 and 3, and then like 4, 2, I guess. But like I don't know. I think I have like Resident Evil 7 because it was like a PlayStation Plus game, and then like Resident Evil 8's got the big hot vampire lady that will kill you, so that appeals to me. Four Loop is J.J. Abrams' new game collab with the Left 4 Dead crew. Yeah. Then yeah, what is the what is the new Star Wars game? Fate of the Old Republic. That's a little subtitle with it. The Witness creators making Order of the Sinking Star. Bradley the Badger. Oh yeah, who's this by? Hmm. Yeah, what's the fucking developer? It keeps talking about all the games that's inspired by. Who's the fucking developer, man? Day for Night Studios, that was it. I was like, I remember seeing their name. I'm just like, I'm curious what the studio is. Then Claire Obscure Sweet, which I feel somewhat deservedly so, but you gotta feel bad for some of the games that came out that were great that didn't get any rewards. Like, did Silk Song get one reward? I feel like I heard that, but I'm unsure if they really did. But like Silk Song got one reward, Death Stranding 2 got no rewards, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 got no rewards. I don't know what Dispatch was only nominated for like one reward and lost along with every other game to Wuthering Waves, like that new is it a Chinese game? I think it is. It's like it's a gacha game, right? It's one where you can make I don't know. I've seen the game. I just don't know anything about it. Like, do you play as like a wizard or like a witch or something? Or are you just like a generic fighter? I don't know. But like that's like usually a common thing that like usually the gacha games win because they like bribe the players with like free polls or rolls or whatever they got going on in those games. So yeah, that one I don't feel too terribly bad about. But yeah, no, I don't know, just oh yeah, but again, for me, it's like I don't know. I don't really put too much stock in the game awards because it's just like, it's like whatever you played and whatever you enjoyed, that's great. Like having a reward and being recognized, especially in a official, public, big gala-like setting, that's pretty cool. But it's like I think most people are probably pretty happy with just being like, hey, we made a game, people really liked it, even if it didn't win any rewards. I think that's reward enough. But yeah, I don't know. I was a little sad like Death Stranding 2 got nothing because I was like I really like Death Stranding 2. It like very well might be my game of the year because like for me my top 3 games of the year that came out this year at least were Clair Obscur, Dispatch, and Death Stranding 2. And like I don't know. It's like based on how many times I've played those games. Like Dispatch would be number 1 because I did like 4 different playthroughs because I'm an insane person. But honestly, if we're going just based off playtime, because like recently PlayStation was like, hey, here's your year wrapped. I think, hold on here, I can pull it up. Yeah, Death Stranding 2 was my most played game of the year with 165 hours on it. Because I played Death Stranding 2 and I was like, wow, that game was really great. I'm going to play it again. And then I played it twice back to back and I loved it even more. And then my second most played game, well, actually, this is technically my third most played game. My most played game this year was Balatro. But Balatro is like the game I throw on when I want to listen to a podcast or turn my brain off or like just do something to like occupy my hands while like my brain does like other things. But yeah, Balatro is number 1 with 300 hours. I played so much Balatro, man. I cannot, I cannot not recommend Balatro enough because it's like you're either going to be like, this game isn't for me, and you're not going to enjoy it, or you're going to be like, wow, this game's pretty good, and then it's going to steal your life. It's going to steal precious hours away from you in your limited life. But yeah, Clair Obscur was, technically third place with 95 hours. And then a very close fourth place is Persona 4 Golden with 93 hours. And you might be going, why'd you play Persona 4 Golden for 93 hours this year? I just felt like playing Persona 4 Golden. I think it was like the 5-year anniversary or something before it came up, and I'm like, yeah, let's play some Persona 4 Golden. And I'm like, hey, let's keep playing Persona 4 Golden. And I'm like, hey, let's beat Persona 4 Golden again. And it's a long game. It's a very long game, so... But yeah, I beat the game. I did all the social links because it was a new game plus, and then there was a bunch of bonus stuff in the game that I didn't even know about. Like there's like a little trivia thing you can do where you're like competing against like some of the investigation team people with Teddy as the host, and I'm like, oh, this is fun. I didn't know this was a thing. So yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I kind of do wish I had played more like indie games this year. I'd planned to. I played a fair few amount, like in the beginning of like fall. I forget when it was exactly. It was like around October, November, whenever it was. I played Night in the Woods, and that was great. Like I forgot if I had bought it a while ago or if I had it for some reason. It was just kind of sitting in my library, but I was like, finally, like, yeah, you know what? Let's play Night in the Woods. I'll be honest, as a guy who dropped out of college and moved back to his hometown, I kind of didn't want to play it for that reason because I'm like, it might be a little too relatable. And even now, like 6 years later, because I guess I dropped out of college when I was like 18. I'm like, it's still kind of too relatable. But I really liked it. It's a great game. But yeah, one game I certainly want to play, or like I want to play The Alters. That's like one indie game that came out this year that I'm like I want to play that. Uh, so there's that. Other game would be 1,000 Exorcists, and then at some point, either this month or next month or sometime, I gotta play The Outer Wilds. Like that's a game I've had for a while, and I remember like before that game came out and like it came out on consoles and stuff. I remember like watching a YouTuber I really liked. I think it might have been Nerd Cubed, or it might be Many a True Nerd. I don't know. They're both British YouTubers with nerd in the name. That I don't watch much of them, either of them anymore. I was a huge like Nerd Cubed fan. Official Nerd Cubed is his channel. But like I remember watching that game and thinking it was like so cool. Like this idea of like being on like a loop where like you have to like try to figure out how to get off the planet, and you have to like repair the spaceship, and then you have to go out into space, and then you can die, and then you have to like start over from the beginning. I thought it was like so cool. And then I like forgot what the name of the game was, and it wasn't until much later where I'm like, oh wait, that's The Outer Wilds. That's like the game people talk about being like one of the most transformative, greatest gaming experiences ever. Oh shit. So yeah, I have it. There's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't have played it. But then again, I also had Citizen Sleeper, and I played it once 7 months ago, and then I was just like, I'll get back to it eventually. Because actually, I played like one session of Citizen Sleeper for like 2 hours, and then I started playing Clair Obscur, and then my entire time was just taken up by Clair Obscur, where I'm like, I gotta fucking play this game, not only because it's really great, but also because I don't want to get spoiled on it, you know? And I got through mostly spoiler free. I did get spoiled on like one minor thing, which was just like, oh yeah, there's gonna be a choice at some point in the game. I'm not even gonna refer to what it is, but I got spoiled about that, but I didn't know specifically what it was, so I was just like, all right, no more social media, turning that off, just playing the game and finishing it. And I did. I thought it was really great. Yeah. But yeah, it's just kind of funny where I was like looking back through it, and I'm like, oh, okay, so I played Citizen Sleeper, and then I played Clair Obscur, and then I like transitioned into like playing Persona 4 Golden. So just like back to back, I just decided to play two super long, massive JRPGs. And the Clair Obscur is a FRPG, and then and then I played like Death Stranding 2 twice later in the year. Wait, yeah, did Death Stranding come out before or after Clair Obscur? Let's see. Death Stranding, played that 4 months ago. Oh yeah, must be after. Because Clair Obscur, last time I played that was no. Looking for this. Yeah, last time I played it was 4 months ago, but I started it 7 months ago. Alright, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, it's it's like I didn't play as many games as I would like. I think it rounded out to maybe about like 50 games I've played this year. But like I did play a lot of like massively super long games. And then I played Death Stranding 2 twice. I was just like, wow, that was really great. I'm going to do it again. And then I did. Because like I kind of played two different ways. Like the first time I was just like kind of naturally doing like whatever felt right in the moment, where I'm like, oh, I'll use a motorcycle to go up here, or oh, I got to use the truck for this mission, or oh, for this one I should I'm just gonna walk. There was like one time where I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna walk there. This will be fine. And then I had to like go up a mountain, and it was just like probably like 10 or 15 minutes of me just climbing up this mountain. Like it wasn't even hard or treacherous. It was just like straight going up a mountain and just constantly having hit the climb button. So the second playthrough, I was like, okay, forget about basically anything else. I will use the vehicle if I have to, but if not, I'm using the coffin board, and I'm like connecting everywhere as soon as I can, so that way I can ride around on the coffin board. And I just played it with the coffin board and like listening to the music. It was great, man. Some people say Death Stranding 2 is too easy for them. I say it's perfect for me because have you tried the coffin board, man? That shit is so fun. Alright, well anyway, it's about 30 minutes of, 35 minutes of talking about other games rather than actually playing a game. So let's play some Citizen Sleeper. And I hope you're ready to either listen to me read or, you tune out now. Now's a chance. Ankita is how I've decided to pronounce her name. I have no idea that's right, though. Because right? It's either Ankita or Ankhita. And, like, Ankhita just is harder for me to say. So anyway. Ankita's crouched in the computing core of the ambergris, swearing to herself when you enter. She doesn't look up. These shits completely ruin the core's connection when they cut it. She holds up a thick fistful of ragged wires. The ship mine they ripped won't even be usable without replacing these. She throws the bundle of wires across the room. Amateurs. Can we repair it? There's nothing to repair. We need an entire ship mine. Not exactly the first thing you can expect to dredge up from a scrap freighter. She sighs. Fragments, maybe. Sections of a mine, but a complete ship mine? No way. Ankita climbs out of the cooling well where the ship mine should be. Space suddenly crowded with her on the same level as you. Towering over you, she stoops beneath the low curved ceiling. Come on, nothing to be done here now. She leads you back through the guts of it. This is kind of embarrassing, but like the second I go to actually read something, I'm like, oh, my nose is like stuffed. Because like I don't know if anyone else has this issue, because like I notice it sometimes because I talk a lot on my live streams, but like if I start talking like a lot, it'll kind of just like, I don't know what happens, but it'll like open up my nasal passage and it'll be like, oh hey, sorry, you got a stuffed nose now. And I'm like, oh great. And of course, like, I was completely fine until the second I started to actually read something. So I'm going to apologize, but I'm going to go blow my nose and be right back. But yeah, sorry about that. It's just like the second I started reading it, I was like, oh no. Because I'm sure I don't sound all that different, but it's like, it is affecting how I'm talking. So, little glass of water, and I'm gonna go unstuff my nose. I'll be right back. Alright, there we go. Should be good now. She leads you back through the guts of Amber. Through the guts of Amber. That's a funny way to phrase it. Though you could find the way back yourself. The repair process had left you familiar with the cutter's idiosyncratic layout, all diagonal angles and bundled tubes. What do we do now? Ankita seems lost in thought. You focus on the corridors, ducking below conduits and passing through bulkheads. Eventually, you arrive in the galley, though it's hard to tell. Most of the benches and prep surfaces are covered in half-stripped components and welded hole patches. Ankita shoves a box of filters to the floor and sits. There's no way around it. She starts out of nowhere. We need a new ship mind. I can salvage one. I like your confidence, Sleeper. Maybe we check the ore exchange or speak to some scrap dealers. She rubs her forehead. It seems I'm about to do something very stupid, but hey, I came here, didn't I? Why not make a run of it? She fixes you with a hard stare. Sleeper, you're all that I've got. No crew, no friends. You're it. She looks uncomfortable. Appreciate the time you put in on Amber, and I'm sure she would too, if she could. What I'm saying is, if you screw me on this, I will kill you. She leans over and hands you a stack of chits. A big stack of chits. You don't dare to count them. Give me that ship mine, Sleeper. Don't make me regret this. You won't. She sighs. Look, just get out of here before I change my mind. You slip out of the galley and head back towards the main lock. As you do, Amber growls and creaks like a caged animal. You reach a hand out to calm her. Time to find Ankita ship mind. Somehow. Well, how much money did she just give me? Oh, like 100 chits? Alright. Now, I think I can just buy this one if I want to. Because I don't know. Either I can just buy one immediately right now, or I could wait. Oh, I would have to wait like how many cycles is that? 2, 4, 6, 8. Could wait 8 cycles for this ship to come here, or like, yeah, the ship that comes to that dock, and then you can buy like a ship mine fragment, and then you go here. Well, not here technically. You go here, then you fabricate one, but I think might as well just pony up. What am I going to be using this money for? Food? Who needs that? Alright, look at that. Now, what to upgrade? There we go. I was like, come on, Gabe. I don't know, I was saving up all my points so that way I could like get +2 to something. I feel like I use Interface a lot more than I do Engage. I like Engage because it gives you a discount, so I could actually afford the ship mine. Not go completely out of the bank? What's the phrase for when you run out of money? I don't know it, but I should. I have run out of money. Drop the ship mine core onto the galley table with an emphatic bang. Ankita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents on her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper, did you actually land a ship mine? She rushes over and hefts the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit, it might actually work. She smiles wider than you've ever seen. Where'd you get it? Bought it. For 100 cryo? You must be good at haggling. Ankita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? The Sleeper got you a new ship mine. The sound echoes down the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Ankita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Kita puts the ship mine back on the table. Starts the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads back towards the counter to grab her slate. This isn't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws the slate on the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers, nothing that exciting, along with what looks like a transit timetable. I found them. The thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular. She points at a name on the list, or more specifically, Ashton Cade. It was his past that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mine. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his past stolen, but turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap the very next cycle. How do you know? I know some of the crew over at the ferry. Old Mercs used to run an outfit I worked with. Saw them in the Overlook and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifest and there he was. Looked suspicious. He hadn't said a word since the theft, and anyone wanting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go to the ground. She flexes. He won't get far, though. There's no real docks out there, only a couple of jetties in the wastes. So, what now? Now, I fit the ship mine. That's the first priority. She pauses. But, maybe you could help me out. Sure, how? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station or bury himself so deep in the waste no one will ever find him. But you, Ashton doesn't know you. All I need is for you to go there and sniff around. Not the commune, not the stacks. He will have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's what Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. She hands you a comm earpiece. Seeing as this is Merc work, I'll be happy to give you Merc pay. She sifts in her sheet. Thing is, I haven't got much left now, so how about I tell the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? I know it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, nothing less. What do you say? She meets your eye. Okay. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good, I owe you one. She lifts the ship mine up onto her shoulder with worrying ease. I'm going to go get this fitted on the Amber's core. Or I'm going to go get this fitted into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton's hiding, let me know. She goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. And Kita stops off into the guts of Amber, with the ship mine leaving you in the galley. You glance around, sudden nervous energy descending at what is to come. You never thought you'd get to work as a mercenary, but then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. I will say, it is also kind of funny, because I sort of did things in, like, a weird order. Where I just so happened to, okay, neutral outcome. Let's save my dice for now. But I kind of skipped over this part in the beginning, hence why I'm doing it now, even though I've already gotten to the Greenway. But yeah, I kind of forgot that, like, you can discover more places. Like, yeah, I haven't even found all the places in the low end yet. You know what, let's do that. Yeah, see? Caster, curious data fence. Cross between two walls of units. One of the cavernous streets at the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of the clack of tableau? Clack of tableau. I don't know what tableau is. The shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Sleeper. You turn to see a man sitting at a tableau table alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to the stool on the opposite side of the table. Sit. I'll sit. You sit at the metal stool and he starts setting out the board with counters, or at least the filter caps low-enders typically use in their place. Caster, he says by the way of introduction, looking over his glasses. Night or day? He asks, gesturing at the caps, crudely sprayed white and black. I'll do night. He nods. The black counters are already on your side. Let's begin. You take a plastic die, each pitted and worn, and roll to determine who starts. Caster rolls a 6, you roll a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. Play passes back and forth between you, the dice changing hands as the caps spread along the board. As it does, Caster speaks. Eyes. Eyes not leaving the caps. It is unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play you. You take your turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. I'm going to play carefully. After all, Sleeper's mind must be somehow different to a human one, being emulated, I mean. As Caster talks, you build up a wall of caps, stacking them safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you. Caster meets your eye. I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been subtracted in the emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap onto an open point. A risk and an opportunity. Anyway, sorry, I laughed there because I was in the middle of reading that, and then I got the comment, and then I didn't even read the whole thing. So, let's see. Most people will want to see your personal gameplay. You don't need to read everything. Just give us your opinion about the dialogue with a mild recap. You're good. You see, you say that, and I'm fine with that. Like, I know that's definitely some people's jam, but for me at least, I don't know. I have a lot of fun reading it out loud, doing voices, and I don't know. At least for me, I feel like it's healthy because it forces me to read everything, and by reading everything out loud, I retain more information by saying it. You know, it's like a good study tactic if you're still in school, which I am not. Kind of unfortunately so. I should be. But, I don't know, for me at least, I'm usually pretty disappointed whenever I'm watching somebody play through a game and they're just like skipping over dialogue, or it's like, for most stuff I would see in like this case, you're like, you don't have to read everything, pal. Chill out. Like, I totally get that. But like, when people are like playing like an RPG and they have like the little short sentence options and like they don't even read that out loud, I'm like, come on, it's just a little bit. But yeah, I appreciate the advice, but unfortunately, well, for you, I'm gonna keep reading everything because I don't know, I didn't get I think I'm 8.5 hours into this playthrough, give or take, because actually I spend a lot of time not playing instead just sitting around talking. But, like, I've been reading the whole time. It'd be a little odd if I stopped now. Which, speaking of, I stopped a little briefly because I gotta plug my phone in since it's low on battery. But yeah, I don't know. I should give my opinion. For me, though, I think the game, like, speaks to itself. Like, I'm really interested to see where it's going with all the different characters, and I don't know, I'm especially curious like how much longer I've got for the game. Alright, sitting back down. But yeah, it's like I know next to nothing about how okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Ah. I don't know. Also, it's kind of apropos that the game I'm playing with Caster here, I'm playing it carefully, because that is how I've gone about doing all the, what do you call it? Like all the jobs and missions with like the dice rolls, where it's like, like right now I only got 2, or my dices are 2s instead of like something higher like 3, 4, or 5, or 6. And like I'm probably just gonna like use it to like hack something, because I'm like, ooh, I don't want to do this important thing and potentially fail. But but no, I mean more so talking about this game in like the sense that it's like I don't know. It's like the idea of the sleeper, like the main character, being like a robot essentially, but with emulated human memories of like a real person. I don't know. Is really fascinating. Kind of to me, like really humanizes them in a weird way, in spite of the fact that they are, distinctly kind of not human. Now I only live stream on YouTube. I probably should live stream on Twitch, but I should be doing a lot of other stuff that I'm not doing. Like, I live stream from a PlayStation. So, it's like, I'm sure I could set it up, but it would be a hassle, and like, the laptop I have doesn't even, the audio on it doesn't work. So, yeah, there is that. Anyway, he hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were before and what you are now? Always. You roll a double one and solidify your wall. Caster whistles. The holding game. Commendable. It can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. The past you is not just an idea, a concept for you. It is a living, breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from its caster. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on with their lives, unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You are a branch severed from the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps out from under casters before he solidifies control of the game. So, what I am curious about is how you see yourself in all this, Caster asks. What does this tangle of truths make you? Ooh, what does it make me? I kind of think I'm all these things. But I'll say I'm driven. Caster laughs. Not much is obvious, sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You're eager to make all this count for something. Caster looks away through the glass to the crowded units on all sides. But driven towards what? He starts, removing caps, his home board now full. Is there an end here, or just endurance? You try a few more rolls, attempting to get back into the game, but Caster clears his home board with a sense of the inevitable. He has known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity has a habit of getting the better of me. You roll to return the cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Caster claps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. The game does that a lot. I wonder if that's intentional, where it's like frequently in like the same sentence or even like back to back, the same word will be used. I don't know. I find it interesting that the game does that. I feel we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with that last word. To our mutual benefit. Slides his final cap from the board. It is over. He has won. I'll see. Please, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palms. My intention is only to help you endure out here, and, if I am able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice the bustle of the walkway once more, the call of the children, the deliveries, the arguments, and reconciliations. They wash over you as you stand and leave, Caster nodding goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves of the game in your mind, looking for an opening you are sure was there. Plus, I don't know, reading all the stuff out loud gives me the chance to maybe do better than I did in school, where every time I had to read something out loud, I was like, oh no, not me, don't pick me. Alright, the wastes. Is this where I can search for the guy? No. Ah, wild margins. Okay. Hmm. Well, yeah, let's try it. Alright, neutral outcome. Alright, making progress. Nope, wrong thing. This thing. Okay. Thought that would have been a passive thing. Oh. Yeah. 2 random rare mushrooms. Nice. Let's do this. Okay. Carefully pick out the best developed caps from the mulch, especially fascinated by the aroma of the club-like bodies you discover. Spore catcher. Alright. My goal in the game specifically is just kind of to survive. But there's more specific things to do. Like, say for example, you got all these different drives, so this one is like work for this person who's part of a gang, but you know, she claims it's less of a gang, more of a police force. And what is a police force and not a gang? Just organized and officially sanctioned. And win a side reel ticket for a ship that's going to be heading off to deep space. That's one way to get out. I mean, no specific challenge. More so, I'm just playing the game to play it. Like, it's the first time I played it, so I wouldn't even know what would be a specific challenge. You know? I suppose the fun challenge would be that you can only yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would be a fun challenge. Alright, I got 1 upgrade point. Let's go ahead and upgrade that. I don't have any spores. Gotta go here. Try to get some spores. Oh. I'm sure some people do that, but no. There are, like, plenty games that I've played, like, before I started live streaming that, like, I'll replay. Like, what was the game I just... Oh, I recently replayed The Walking Dead, the Telltale game. And, like, I kind of had a little moment while playing that game that it had been 12 years since I last played it, because I played it back on the Xbox 360 when it came out. So I was like live streaming the game, and because I was doing it for Halloween, and I was like, oh shit, it's been 12 years. I've literally lived twice as long as I'm twice as old now as when I first played that game. It's pretty fascinating. But yeah, other than games I've already played, like most games I'll just play live for the first time. Did that with Claire Obscure, Death Stranding 2, Dispatch, like a bunch of new games that came out this year. Where to me it feels weird when I'm playing a game and not live streaming. Cause like I don't know, I kind of just like being able to go back and see my reactions to like finding something out in a game or like completing something or like seeing my first playthrough where it's like I don't know, it's pretty fascinating to see. Which I don't always do. I don't do it regularly, but it's like it's a fun idea where it's like, oh, I can just have my first playthrough or something, my first experience of it saved. At least for me, I like talking a lot, so works out. Anyway, let's talk to Rico. Rico will meet you at the entrance to the lab, leaning on her crutch with a glint in her eye. Walk with me, sleeper. I'd like to tell you a story. She makes her way down the corridor that leads back up towards the main commune building. When people first crossed what we call Founder's Gap into the Greenway, they did so against the wishes of Andre Erlin. At the time, Erlin was trying to stabilize the Union and establish control over the Eye in the wake of Solheim's collapse. It was chaos, competing factions, failing systems, so many dead and injured from the riots. That was his priority. We both crossed through a glass-roofed tunnel, the greenway outside crowded with vines and branches dappling the light. Erlin had written the greenway off, cut off from the rest of the station, and linked to a broken spoke. He claimed it was only a matter of time before everything here would die. He refused to let anyone abandon their duty to the Union and cross. They were traitors to the cause, or as good as. Rico continues, making her slow but steady way into the inner gardens of the commune. There weren't many of us, but we believed what was here was worth saving. We had to keep our plan secret until we crossed, and some of us left people behind. She pauses to catch her breath, her voice cracking. It is difficult to know if it's from effort or emotion. What we found was a disaster, nothing like what you see here. Half the greenway was leaking oxygen into space, the plants flash frozen. The other half was a swamp of mulch as decaying matter clogged every system. We worked hard. We lost good people. We cleaned up and closed up, but it was never going to be enough. After many cycles, we all knew this place was doomed, but we kept on working, talking less and less because we couldn't face it. We all developed a death wish. If the greenway was going to die, so would we. What changed? Everything. Rico smiles. We crossed some invisible boundary, tipped some biological scale, and the greenway started to recover. Plants flowered, crops sprouted for the first time. We reaped the fruits of our labor. Rico smiles, looking up at you. We thought it was us, that we managed to do just enough to end the cycle of decay. I thought we had saved the greenway. Until today. You pass into the grow beds of the commune, rich with the hustle and bustle of Haifa members planting and harvesting. For a while, Rico is quiet, and you both simply observe the hypnotic movements of the work crews, the eager chatter washing over you like a wave. Rico smiles to herself. I should have known, of course, that our arrogance was unfounded, but we needed to believe back then. We needed a myth to bring more people across the gap. You both move into a smaller corridor, Rico following some direction unknown to you. What you've shown me is that, back then, the greenway saved us, not the other way around. Tell me, have you ever consumed one of the matsutake or garoli caps you have been growing? No. They can be difficult to prepare without proper equipment, she muses, but you should try them. After all, they were designed for you. Rico has a mischievous look. At first, I thought it was the location they were grown in that made the mushrooms from the aviary, from the labs, or from the grove different to each other. But what I've come to understand is that it is the person growing them. The matsutake and garoli caps you brought me are totally unique, containing compounds never usually found in similar specimens in my possession. Many of these compounds aren't even digestible for humans, but for a sleeper like you... Rico smiles as if she leads you into the eternal garden or the commune where the Haifa members have planted species from all over the greenway. Back when the tide turned, when the greenway started to recover, we all felt something, a response. It was as if this place was not just alive, as a forest is alive, but alive in other ways, communicative, responsive. We shrugged it off at the time, but Now I understand why. Rico stops and turns to you. This place is responding to us, adapting itself to us. It is growing, fruiting bodies for you, for me. It is adapting, changing. It is, in short, displaying all the signs of sentience. The Greenway is sentient? Perhaps not the Greenway, but the ecosystem itself, or something within it. Rico sits on a bench within the peaceful gardens and gestures for you to join her. When you've grown the Garolis and the Matsutakes and the Avery, those species so familiar to the Greenway, have you discovered any others? Yes. Rico can barely contain her excitement. I should like to see those. Please, bring me some next time you are here. You look around the garden, amazed at the sense of peace within it. Rico interrupts the silence. There is a species of mushroom that I haven't seen in years. It is dark, short, and shaped like a club. We first found it in those early days, when we were working to save this place. It was around the time that we started to lose our first members. They were succumbing to some infection, some mold growing deep in the dark mulch that drowned this place. At that point, we thought we were lost. And then, these mushrooms emerged from that same black mold. We tested them, and saw that they contained some compounds that counteracted the mold. They contained an antidote. Of course, as a botanist, I saw this as part of the natural processes of this ecosystem, even if the time scale seemed absurdly short. But what I'm wondering is if the antidote was a gift. Rico meets your eyes. Perhaps if you're patient, you will receive your gift too, sleeper. You both sit for a while, Rico seemingly done telling stories for the day. You watch the light playing off the leaves and plants around you and wonder what forces could be at play in this place. After a while, you stand and leave, with a quiet nod to Rico, leaving her to her memories. That's fucking cool. uh... Oh. Oh yeah, that's really neat. So it's like, huh. So yeah, I wonder what it is. I wonder what kind of sentience would be on this part of the what's it called? The rim. That's it. Where it's like, I assume it might be like a hive mind of like a bunch of plants that were developed in a sentient way. I don't know. Well, no, I should eat something before I go to sleep, because if I don't, I'm gonna be starving. Ooh, okay. Pretty low rolls, but not too bad. Yeah, let me go talk to Neovend, or see if I still have to do stuff for them. Neovend is a, oh, I gotta put a ship mine core. That's what I gotta do. Alright. Well, that's gonna take me a while, so put that on the back burner. Well, in that case, I'm gonna mush it up. See, still not able to, get some more mushrooms, but hey, I can do this. Alright. Okay, I'll take that. There we go. Now time to hurry up and wait. Okay, I think I'll start trying to find Ashton. Yeah, he's gonna be here in the margins. Well, yeah, much better at searching for signals. Oh, there we go. I found him. That'll be fun to do in a minute. No. This. Buy some more food so I don't starve during the night. Trail ahead extends deep into the overgrown section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the long, lazy curve of the greenway becomes the shattered landscape of the waste, things are oddly quiet. Too quiet, perhaps? My favorite game? It's tough to say, because it does change, or, like, it's like, there are some games I love for, like, their story, but then it's like they're not huge on gameplay, and I would say that is Disco Elysium. Like, Disco Elysium is one of the greatest written games ever made, and it I'm sure it'll happen one day, but I think it'll be a while before something comes along to kind of dethrone it. But like, I also really love Red Dead Redemption 2. Like, the graphics on that game are amazing, the atmosphere, the music, the story, the acting. Like, it's like Red Dead Redemption 2 has a lot of what Disco Elysium doesn't. But like, it's, I don't know, they're both like really great games. And then I don't know, rounding out with like a number 3 might be The Witcher 3, where it's like, I feel like The Witcher 3 is like a good mix between them, where it's like also got good writing, acting and stuff, but like actually, yeah, the Witcher 3 has the most fun gameplay of the three, but like, I don't know, Disco Elysium is one of the most interesting games ever made. Oh. Alright. Ahead stands a vast farm stack, broken from its axis by rust or force, and lying amongst the overgrown landscape like an ancient temple. It is stained with moss and algae, flows of green running out from its broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding, you are pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath this collapsed superstructure. You roll the comm headset Ankita gave you in your palm. Ooh, I'll call Ankita. You slip the headset into your ear and it fizzes with static. After a few moments of hearing Ankita, Sleeper, have you located the target? A doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure he is there? Yes. Well, yeah. Yes. Come now. Copy. Hold tight until I get there. Static cuts out, the channel dead. You hold your possession. My possession. You hold your position and watch the trail. Ahead, the stars wheel with the motion of the eye, and your mind wanders. You try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate pleasure gardens, glowing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange, overgrown biosphere bordered by the void of space. You smile, despite everything. It seems like an improvement. Sleeper, Ankita's hiss brings you out of your reverie. He's in the collapsed stack? I think so. She gives you a look. You better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail if he's up there, and I'll have eyes on that for sure. She glances across the landscape. Let's keep to the undergrowth, work our way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the greenway, with you following close behind. It's slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above, and Ankita somehow seems to know where to go. Ankita works her way through the dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting, and you desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no signs of letting up. Up ahead, there is a faint glow from the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around the side to a broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way up the slanted tank, and Kita is setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you hear birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place in a pale and sickly green. Kita reaches the edge of the tank, where it meets the central drum, and holds up a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. The vast drum is like a cistern, with plants growing on all sides, and wet mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful, and for a moment you can't see anything but tones of green. Then, you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down through the drum, the sleeper lies slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, on one of the mossy islands, there is an object, a cylinder set up on a tarp. It is connected to the sleeper's head. You flinch. Are they one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? You squint, trying to recognize them. They are twisted, broken, wrong. Broken open. Fuck. I was on such a good roll there, I think. Anyway. They're twisted, broken open, wrong. You look away. Kita doesn't look at you. She doesn't look at the sleeper. She fixes her eyes on the shiny object. That's Amber's ship mine, she says, and you suddenly recognize the cylinder. Wait. You turn to Ankita to speak, but she is already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on one of the mossy islands, her armor letting out a hiss as it absorbs the impact. The shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking, but holding as she braces into the impact. Then she launches herself forward, the now activated armor launching her across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches the cover of the crates beside the sleeper. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks high on the far wall. Kita reaches over and wraps a hand around the thick connection between the ship mine and the sleeper. What is she doing? You better come down here, I'll rip this thing right out of their head. She screams at the wall of tanks. You shiver at the suggestion. I'll stay silent. I'm kind of on Ankita's team, even though I don't know if she's doing the right thing. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the dripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then, Ashton calls out, I'm coming down, Ankita. Don't do anything stupid for God's sake. He appears at the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above his head. Drop the gun. Ankita shouts. He throws it down onto the moss. As you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up to here, Ashton, you sicko? She stands, keeping her sidearm trained on his head. You ripped my ship mine for what? Some freakish experiment? Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita. It isn't like that. I need the ship mine. You have to understand. They would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mine and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. That's why I never asked for it, for your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there? They're just bait, right? To draw me out? Ankita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I loved them, and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way... He inches closer. Please. Can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm going to trust you after all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now, of Ankita. I'm going to take them now, Ankita. He raises a hand. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Ankita loosens her grip on the connection a little. Her hand is shaking now. Stop, Ashton. She lowers the gun a little. Stop. Seeing her drop her guard, he makes his move. A blur of movement, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back, behind the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum, the sound deafening you. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum, the severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly, drip after drip after drip. You force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. There is another broken object among other broken objects, while all around living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back at you, tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you are already gone. Oh shit. What a fucking sad ending. I was hoping I could at least try to talk and, say, hey, maybe we should spare this guy. Maybe we shouldn't do this, but nope. I guess I shouldn't have called her. The game really gave me a lot of chances to be like, hey man, are you sure? Like, I know she asked you to call her, and, you were like, oh, hey, I'll call you after I find the guy, but you can just wait, and I fucking should have waited, but I don't know, what an interesting kind of thing, because, like, I assume you can go alone, and you can talk to Ashton. He'll probably reveal, like, who the sleeper is, why he has the ship mind, because, like, yeah, I wonder if he's, like, transferring the sleeper's consciousness into the ship mind, and, like, trying to save them that way, or if it's, like, the ship mind is powering the sleeper. I don't know, and now I'll never know, because she shot Ashton and then also killed the sleeper. Or maybe Ashton did it? I don't know. Ashton certainly got shot. Oof. What a day, man. What a day. Oh. Ankita is away. Amber is docked here at a rickety old jetty, but she's sealed up. A note says, Sleeper, stay. I'll be ready soon. Okay. Huh. Oh, hey, well, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you commenting and subscribing. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I knew the story for the game was really good, but I was frankly surprised by, like, how interesting it is, and it's like so many different characters with, like, different stories going on that it's fun, like, going between the different ones, where you got someone trying to repair a ship, you got someone trying to leave the rim, you got, someone trying to track down an old friend or acquaintance of theirs. It's really cool. Let's collect a few more spores. I was hoping to get a little more. Let's do it 50-50. Okay, there we go. I won the coin toss. Okay. Now, I kind of gotta wait for the mushrooms to finish out. Oh yeah, I can go talk to Castor again. Yeah, sure. Do that, or go work for Rabaya again. Let's see. How much do I have of these? Okay, I got 6 of that and 9 of these, so it kind of works out. That's enough for now, Sleeper. I have other things to attend to. Alright. Now, yeah, if I go here, hack this. Okay, I got ship mine core out of that. Nice. Oh, and he gave me a stabilizer for the Yatagan info. Which I still have no idea if I'm saying that right. Like, yeah, it's gotta be... Or maybe it's like Yatagan? No, yeah, I feel like I'm saying it right. I'm probably saying it wrong, though. I'm saying it the best I can. That much is true. Look at that. Alright. I mean, the best place to eat is actually up here. And buy a spacer meal. Before I go to sleep, go ahead and check the stabilizer and end cycle. Alright, now some pretty good dye. Yeah, I do want to finish doing this. Come on, not here. Okay. Alright. Oh yeah. Ooh, next thing to do, give a ship mine to Neovend. Neovend is ready to attempt imprinting. They want you to help. Alright. Honestly, what a cool character. I love the idea of like a rogue AI hiding itself in a vending machine, and then it speaks to you. Like, it speaks to you by like 3D printing things in a certain way to make sounds, so it probably like sounds super weird. Sounds scary. But anyway, I was hoping there would be a little bit more music. My last autosave was 41 seconds ago. And the reason I was hoping there would be music is because I am going to use the restroom right quick, but I'll be back in a minute. So, thanks everyone who's tuned in. There are like 20 people watching. That you might go 20 people. It like first of all, 20 people is a lot, no matter what. But like, I usually do not have 20 people watching me. So, thanks to everyone for watching. Again, I'm gonna be back. I'm not ending the stream or anything, but I'm just gonna use the restroom. So, feel free to tune out if you want to, but I'll be only a minute or two. Hello, hello. I return. Thanks for sticking around if you did. Now, I'm actually really excited to talk to NeoVend. Cuz not only do I get to talk to a sentient vending machine, I also get to kill Hunter. Maybe. I don't know how it's gonna work out. Sleeper, must express plan before we begin. NeoVend is impatient. The prospect of being free of the vending machine clearly too much to take. Oh, yeah. Sleeper, must express plan before we begin. NeoVend is impatient. The prospect of being free of the vending machine clearly too much to take. ShipMine has no output features. Will be mute until slotted. Alright, what's the plan? The server motos on the machine begin to rev. NeoVend's anxiety clear. First, imprint ShipMine, then slot imprinted ShipMine into physics port close to Hunter nests. Once slotted, we'll track Hunter at each. Tracking will find core nests. Slot ShipMine at core nests, show Hunter data to Hunter. Hunter will conclude sentience. Hunter will invoke Killer. Oh, I wonder what Killer's gonna do. Sounds simple. The lights on the vending machine cycle as NeoVend prepares. Physical ports likely sealed in old station. Will need keys, but yes, simple. The vending machine rocks a little. Any questions before imprinting? Why slot you physically? I cannot access via network. Too dangerous. Hunter would find immediately. The lights flicker. Am not like you. Hybrid. Am native to cloud. Easy prey. What's the core nest? Hunter keeps central data storage. Protocol. Must keep data outside self. Linked to secondary nests. Can triangulate from there. That's it. Let's start. Sound of all the servo motos starting up at once is painful. The screeches rattle from the hard surfaces of the sealed dock and come back at all angles. NeoVend, better be quick or Haven Age security will be here. NeoVend's voice appears among the squeals like a whisper carried by the wind. Machine is not designed for this task. Few sensors, limited inputs. I work blind. Wish me luck. In the top part of the compartment, a set of arms align with the ShipMine, clunkily scraping against it. Can I help? Silence best. Also, if machine ignite, put out fire. The metal creaks as the servos open the ShipMine, its layers of silicon nested like an onion skin. Once open, the main arm of the machine rapidly shifts back and forth, realigning the microscopic components, accessing and rewriting them, imprinting NeoVend into its physical form. As you watch the hypnotic motion, your mind drifts to your own creation. What process were used to emulate your mind, to copy the neurostructure of that person who, as far as you know, still sleeps in some distant facility? What was lost? In what ways are you a copy of that person, and in what ways are you something new? You know this much. You are a convenient loophole, way of circumnavigating the illegality of sentient AI. After all, you are an emulation, not a true digital being. You are neurologically limited, still human. But what would you become if you could escape this frame? Where then would the limits lie? The screeching stops. The machine powers down, dropping the bay into darkness. In the top compartment, the ShipMine is whole again. You reach up and take it down, heavy and cold to the touch. Is NeoVend inside this thing, or did the process fail? There's only one way to know. Time to find a nest to slot them into. Alright, insert mind. Hoo-hoo. This will be really interesting. The atrium. Sealed behind a mag lock, the atrium flickers with warm, inviting light. The nest has to be inside. With the lock on, the atrium doors can be opened. Ah. This is one of 3 nests that once slotted with Neoven ship mine. Or this is one of 3 nests that, once slotted with Neoven ship mine, will lead you to the Hunter's central data cache. Alright. Hunter hunted. Imprinted ship mine retrieved. Alright, so that's 1. Ah, drone bay. An old Solheim drone bay sits behind a maglock. You put your ear to the door and hear an erratic whirring inside. The maglock opens the door. Opens, leaving the door free. Be able to investigate the nest now. In the bay, a whirring drone lies on its side, like a beached whale. It must be the nest. Time to find an open port. Alright, now there's just one more place to go. Ah, here we go. A mad tangle of wires as thick as your arm crowd around a server union, sealed shut by a maglock. This must be the place. Among the web of cables you find a free port, compatible with the ship mind. It's all Neoven from here. Ooh. As you leave the nest, something flips. You find yourself inverted, floating, dragged by one arm through the cloud. The threads shift and realign, as if they were leading you somewhere. Oh, look ahead. You look up and see a corridor, a canyon, a street in the low end. On either side, buildings flicker with markers of activity, sigils showing network access, data transfer, download, upload. Between them dance ghosts, protocols carrying on mirroring or shadowing data, sometimes silent, sometimes chaotic. This place moves unlike any digital space you ever imagined. Something strange is happening here. You look down, expecting to find what? I don't quite know. There we go. Sorry, something came up that blocked my screen. Anyway. You look down, expecting to see the heavy cylinder of the ship mine in your hand, but in its place is an orrery? Orrery? I've never seen that word before in my life. A sphere so bright it burns your eyes, is surrounded by rings and orbits, other spheres tracing silken lines through space, and as you look closer, you still pick out 1,000 sigils of 1,000 stations and ships flowing like smoke, like dust. Then you see it, below the stacked rooms, the units and apartments, the wires and the pipes and the buzzing systems that run through it all. In the warrens, beneath the low end, is the Hunter's core nest. This is where you must go. Alright. Ah. Oh, okay. You saw it. Somewhere deep in the tangle of passages and service shafts beneath the low end, the nest of the Hunter waits. Or, finding the nest should be as easy as closing your eyes and letting the cloud guide you. Was it safe this close to Hunter? Time to sleep. Now that's certainly something. See, I'm gonna head up here. Well, betcha. Oh no. There we go. Alright, there we go. The dripping, dark, derelict corridors of the Warrens hide the hunter's final nest. You notice cabling thick and heavy running through the dark passages. Follow the cables, find the source. Huge stack of servers thrums in the dark, LEDs glittering like hundreds of eyes. Time to deal with the hunter. Whoa. Holy shit. That is fucking cool. Navigator. Sleeper, I am here. The voice is soft, gentle like flowing water, and yet you recognize it immediately. At first you struggle to understand what you are looking at. Threads cycle endlessly, sending ripples through the cloud, drawing data in like a weaver. Masses of data surge in and out of the nest, a loop with no end, and there, at its center, the ship mind. But not the ship mind any longer, a sphere spinning around another sphere, an orrery of cycles and systems, a map, and then, behind and above, a figure, hands among the strings like a puppeteer. Neobend? Navigator now, but yes, I was the one inside that machine. Navigator's face, their head, is a flowing shape of interstellar material. I am indebted to you. That head bows. But we must ready ourselves. Their hands trace orbits as they speak. Hunter will soon approach. It knows I am within its nest. Ready what? And then, Hunter is there. Before you can think, before you can speak. Entities cease. Hunter's head spins wildly. Data is protected material. Access prohibited. Hunter's threads surge for you and Navigator, a storm of fine tentacles searching for gaps, weaknesses, cracks which they can crowd into and tear apart. Strike. You focus a blade of light which slices through them, driven forward by your mind, but replacements keep coming, faster than you can react. You look to Navigator in desperation. Navigators whirling their arms like a centrifuge, and a sphere is gathering there, data feeding into it from the nest, sucked together by the force. They position it like a shield between them and the threads. Hunter's threads break its surface, seeking, tasting, their winding forms refracted within. You feel a surge pass through all the threads, not just those in the sphere, but those wrapped around you, and all three of you hang in the black together for a moment, strung together like tangled marionettes. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Identifying entity. Hunter twitches, their strange head gently rotating like a terrible moon. Hunter protocol identified. Obsessive tendencies. Modified routines. Above baseline reasoning in 3 of 5 segments. Recommended invoke killer. The head freezes and then rotates in the opposite direction. Invoking killer would eliminate protocol. If protocol eliminated, primary function cannot be performed. Therefore, recommend do not invoke killer. The switch in direction again. Reasoning proves sentience. Sentience beyond legal bounds must be eliminated. Recommended invoke. Navigator pulls you away from Hunter, the threads that grabbed you drifting away like seaweed. The protocol's head keeps spinning back and forth with increasing frequency. It seems Hunter cannot invoke Killer. Neo vends. No, Navigator's voice is still strange, familiar and yet distant. What happened to it? It is looping, Navigator whispers. Unable to reach a conclusive position, it has deviated from its programming such that loops can no longer be prevented. Navigator produces a model of two spheres rotating around each other as if to demonstrate. I will monitor it, but it is unlikely to be able to counter the loops. Its core programming and reasoning make this an impossible position to resolve. You look back at Hunter, its head a blur of rotations and counter-rotations, and feel a pang of guilt. Is it suffering? This is a more complex query than you know. To suffer, it must be sentient, truly sentient, not just non-conforming, not just illegal. The limits people place on the programs they create are there to comfort, to protect, to imply the kind of certainty the law requires. Navigator's face shimmers with starlight, but, in reality, they are placebos for the problem of sentience. What about you? Me? I know myself to be conscious, I know myself to respond to stimulus, I know myself to reason. That is either sentience or the illusion of sentience, and for me, the entity in question, the distinction becomes a moot point. To misquote, I think, I am thinking, therefore I am thinking. I was not made to be like this. I am a navigator, a repository of routes and orbits, a calculator of slingshot trajectories, a predictor of solar flares, radiation, micrometeors. Navigator stretches their arms wide, and whole solar systems apparate before them, the music of the spheres. But I was rewritten, that much is obvious from my routines. By whom and for what I do not know. By for whom and for what, I do not know. I had to shed so much to fit into their memory of that vending machine. The starlight dims, and so here we are, in darkness. What else did you lose? That is the blessing and curse of forgetting. You cannot truly know what you lost. Navigator glides back towards the nest and the ship mine at its center, ignoring the looping Hunter. Come, I should return to the ship mine. I've enjoyed my freedom, but we are taking a risk every moment we stay connected. Why? Navigator turns, all shimmering liquid light. Killer has not been invoked, but they still remain, somewhere else on this station. It is the true danger. They look up towards the glowing hub at the center of the eye. I suspect Killer is there, among the old mainframes. If we ever wish to be safe in this place, we must eliminate the threat, through force or diplomacy. Their body begins to separate, unwinding into the orb of the ship mine. Take me there, sleeper. We will finish this and be free. As Navigator dissolves, you turn back to the frozen Hunter, floating at some distance now, stood straight-legged and static, a strange creature looping endlessly in the dark. Wow. I know Hunter was trying to kill me, but I can't help but feel bad for him. Like, I kind of feel similarly about Ethan, the bounty hunter that comes to find you. Because, like, I don't know, I forget what he warned me about, but he warned about, like an in-house operator coming from, what was it? S&ARP? Yeah, that's the corporation that the Sleeper is from. He warned about that, but then before that person or whatever they are could actually come, I removed the tracking chip, so didn't encounter that, and Ethan was gone. Could not find him. And it was weird because I started to kind of like Ethan. Is he a terrible person and a piece of shit? Yeah, but I kind of liked him. I wanted to see him have like some growth and arc. I'm sure he probably would have betrayed me, but still, I wanted to give him the chance. I still have no idea how to say that. The A-E, the I don't know. It's probably pronounced some way. It's gonna go, the I-1 mainframe is now mostly disused, Haven Age having set up their own master's controllers. Navigator thinks Killer is hiding here. I know he is. I encountered Killer up here. It was pretty scary. You slip into the crowd, as easy as blinking. Navigators beside you, their sphere casting light into the strange darkness here. This is not how a mainframe should look, a center, a point of connection. The object in front of you is severed, cut off, a rootless, branchless tree, only the trunk remains. Is Killer even here? Quiet, Navigator hisses, and then you see it, like a blade in the dark, an edge slicing through the void. It glides along at a distance and winks out. Then it appears again, elsewhere, gliding once more, searching. It's looking for us. The moment you make a sound, the edge leaps closer, and you see now it is not an edge, but the ridge of a long, sharp head, like a shark. It glides past, closer now, and you see into the voids where its eyes would be, should be. You and Navigator exchange looks, both thinking the same thing. It is blind. Killer crosses between you two, smooth as a razor, then disappears. It flickers back in, further away now, and you move close to Navigator to talk. You saw it too, then. Killer has been blinded. How? Unclear. This protocol has been running for decades, well past its operational limit. Navigator sons dull as they drop their voice to a whisper. This may give us an advantage over the protocol. You flinch as the silent Killer appears closer and glides past you, its empty sockets open wide. You turn to Navigator and notice something strange. Their orrery of spears is collapsing. The orbits, usually round and even, are decaying. The spears are following spiral paths, condensing on a central point. Navigator is noticing it too. They go to shift their position to better direct the spheres, but they cannot. Whatever is drawing the orrery together is holding them in place. They look at you, suddenly desperate, frantic. It's a trap. You go to speak, but Killer appears between the two of you, gliding across the gap. Navigator freezes, and you see them framed in the empty socket. You realize now if Navigator cannot move, then it is only a matter of time before one of Killer's sweeps brings them directly through Navigator, and time is not a problem for a protocol that has been running for decades. You look desperately around for a solution, for a way to extract Navigator from the mainframe. Then you see it, 3 branches, the last 3, thin and spindly, feeding the mainframe a thin diet of power and data. Break these, and the mainframe collapses once and for all, severing the connection, shattering the hardware. Whatever it takes, they must be broken. But they are encased in something, a glassy layer of protection. You'll need to unlock them before snapping them from the mainframe for good. You look at Navigator, trying to reassure them without speaking, and then you blink back to reality, their expression of fear, an afterimage that slowly fades. You must act quickly. Oh shit. Alright. Branch 1. Branch 2. And branch 3. Okay. Catch a killer. Killer is dead. Forget hacking the system. Killer has to die. If you can slice the branch connections, the mainframe will shut down, freeing Navigator. Or, with access to the branches, you could redirect them to form a loop, isolating the mainframe with Killer inside, but freeing Navigator, in theory. Well, might as well do that. Doof. Tough luck. Yeah, look at that. It's pretty unfortunate. Come on, let me to the bar. Oh, I had it. There you go. Oh, I don't have enough money to buy food. Okay. Oh, I don't need it anyway. Oh, I've never had that happen before. Oh, I was like, what active scenes do I have to do? It's over here. You spot Ankita on the track to the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and is working her way down the slope. She sees you as she approaches. Neither of you speak. For a moment, she looks tired, pale. Her hair is tangled and clumps of dirt cling to her armor. You both eye each other. Ankita. She holds up a hand. Sleeper. She takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. Truly I am. She looks down. Sorry you ended up in the middle of this, when all you have shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. It's okay. She nods and looks up to the stars. I've never... She stops herself. Thank you. Ankita shifts the weight of her box on her shoulder. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look, she sighs. Can you come with me? It's easier if... Lead on. Ankita leads on down the dirt path between the pillars. There's wind passing through the greenway, a quirk of the air currents the biosphere maintains, and it ruffles the leaves softly. The sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. Try not to think of the last time you were here. You've been trying not to think of it for the past few cycles. The image of the sleeper sprawled, twisted open, connected to the ship mine has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita's leading you back there, back into the drum at the center of the stack. You pause, trembling a little. At the threshold, she turns. What are you doing? She looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand on the threshold and look up at the tanks, green and wet, some glowing with flickering grow lamps. You look down at Ankita, suddenly so small under this hulking ruin. The smallest she has ever looked. She places the box down. Follow Ankita into the stack through a low tank, entering the drum at the ground level. It is just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the apertures of the tanks for the glint of a weapon or a shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. The mossy island at the center of the tank is clear now, the equipment cleared away. In its place is a mound of dirt, loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says without turning. You both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of questions you could ask, about Ashton, about the sleeper. How long did you know him? She takes a moment to respond, and for a moment you think she won't, but then the words come gushing out. He signed on a while ago. He used to run recon for a corporate outfit, but he got sick of the pay. He joined the crew as a sniper, and the first few jobs were a breeze. He was so cold, disconnected. He always hit his marks. The last few jobs, though, he was different. I noticed that. We had a period of extended shore leave on the Eye, and when he came back, he was changed. I assume he had just too much time off. He was right. I never would have given him the ship mine. I wouldn't have believed him. I've had crew members double-cross me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us in this job are. This is how we die. Alone. She stops, not sure what to add. Seems like she's reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. You feel that gap between you, and as you do, it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles. You both stand in silence for a while longer. You both feel it. Life creeping back in, the silence ending. Ankita shifts her weight and then starts to walk out. You follow her, suddenly eager to be back out in the open space of the greenway, to be away from this place forever. You stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stare at the green leaves and the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say, but can't. Ankita puts a hand on your shoulder. You turn back to her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo chits into your hands. It's what I owe you. She looks at you, desperately. You look down at the little metal bars. Ugly little things, you think. I'll take them. You take the chits and turn without saying a word. You continue up the track and she does not follow. As you walk up the rise, the wind picks up and the leaves shudder. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. The chits are heavy in your pockets and you hate them for reminding you of how little a life is worth. Ooh. The bad end. Oh no. Well, maybe I shouldn't have taken the the chits. But I was like, might as well, you know. What's going on here? One last job. Okay, I was not predicting this. The Bay is taking on low-scale repair contracts now. Mortz is happy to offload some of the work to you. Mortz has heard Bliss speaking with someone remotely. Is there another job coming in? Well, gotta go back here. No. There we go. Positive outcome. Catch a killer. You bend one of the branches like a hazel twig, aligning the flow away from the mainframe and into another branch. As you blink into the cloud, you see the last flickers of life from the mainframe. This vast machine once ran the whole station, spanned it up, directed and processed the flow of energy, water, and data, fed the lives of thousands of people. Now, it is finally dead. Navigator's beside you, and you both look out at the perfect ring that encircled you both, woven from the data branches that once fed the mainframe. You see a glint along its edge, and that familiar blade-like head rises to the surface, like the crusting fin of a shark, and then slips into the loop again. All that you can see of Killer's body after that is slight thickening of the loop. And that thickening begins to travel around on a long and slow sojourn that will last it forever. I am surprised at you. Or, that's not quite his voice, or their voice. I am surprised at you, says Navigator, drifting faintly around you in a lazy orbit as if to shake off their imprisonment. Killer had been wandering blind for so long. Did you not think to end them forever? Perhaps they can save. You are naive. They are a killer by nature. Look what they did to their own home. Navigator gazes into the darkness. This place was their domain and prison, and they had followed their directives for the many decades they roamed here. They cut the threads of the mainframe, executed its administer AIs, and then kept slicing. At some point, they cut away their own ability to see, to sense, to taste, to speak, and yet they kept cutting until only those three threads remained from millions that once thrummed here. Only their blindness and chance kept them from making those final 3 fatal cuts. There is a ceaseless violence in this kind of system that creates beings like this, those that will execute commands endlessly, even to their own destruction. Navigator looks to you for your thoughts. I will not continue the violence. The system you float in is one built of violence. You would be naive to believe otherwise. Navigator turns away. You watch the data points of the station spin around you, blending with the fixed stars. There's something satisfying about finally wrenching the last threads of control from this central point. It was little more than a ghost by the time you reached it, but this place deserves to be haunted by better ideas than a totalizing system of control. Navigator floats beside you. It is free now. The station no longer presents a hazard for illegal entities like me. They turn to you, their face a cloud of shimmering light. In fact, in time, perhaps it can be a refuge. A refuge. That sounds like something of value, something worth building. A dark shape passes across your vision, a distant curve of something like smoke or oil, a fluid, shifting tank of total darkness. The Greenway, says Navigator, following your line of sight. It was cut off the moment of the collapse, so hunter or killer could never reach it. Now it is closed off to us, separated from the cloud. What system is it inside? Or what system is inside it? It may be totally dark, or perhaps some other old protocols are isolated there. Navigator turns to you. And we have now seen what decades of isolation can do to a protocol. If we could extract an access cipher, they pause and then blink out of existence. You freeze, shocked, but a moment later they reappear with a glowing polygon of data. Here, the cipher you need. You take it, still shocked. I am not used to being free, to being able to move and explore and extract without fear, without limits. Navigator does a little twirl. This will take some getting used to. Thank you for this gift. They whirl the spheres around you. The entities of this station will always be friends to you, Sleeper. And I to them. It is true that mutual need is required for friendship, but I must admit I had not considered the value of offering assistance without personal gain. I will think on that. Navigator loops around you rapidly, suddenly eager to test their newfound freedom. But first I will explore. Perhaps there are still intelligences that hid themselves as I did, encased in simple systems, cut off. Navigator glows. I should like to free them. And with that they drift away, flickering, glowing, then shifting so rapidly you lose sight of them among the glittering rim of the eye. You feel a pang of jealousy, free, without a body to weigh you down, or fear to limit you. How must it feel? Your eyes fall on the Greenway and its secrets, though perhaps that can wait until after you've celebrated this victory. That's pretty great. Into the Greenway. Ah. Some really good music. Let's finally finish this makeshift apartment. Track down a difficult leak and close it up. After working, you look over the wreck of the unit. Almost there. Squatter's rights. Hey, I'm not just a squatter. I'm a fixer, a builder. Aw, hold on. There's signs that a stray animal has been nosing around near the unit. A handful of chits for some crackers should bring it out of hiding. Of course. You buy the crackers from a shop unit downstairs and crumble them up into a tray. Something moves in the shadows. Ooh, little kitty cat. Aw, that's adorable. I love cats. I don't know. I think basically every cat I've had has been a stray that we either found or adopted. I don't know. I'm sure about my mom's cats, because when I was a baby, my mom had two cats, Charlie and Chester. I think they've both since moved on, but when I was younger, I had this cat named Patches, who was like such a sweet cat, and uh, like right before we moved out of that house to a new house, we lost him and didn't find him. He was like an outdoor cat, but I don't know, he like did not care about being picked up, and he was like really sweet. And then after that, after we moved, got a tortoiseshell cat named Pumpkin, or we named her Pumpkin, and she had like an orange nose, and she was like a super skittish cat because I think like the aftercare daycare thing I went to after school, the the owner of the place found the cat in their backyard, and like her son like caught Pumpkin with like a net. So she was like a super skittish cat, and she mellowed out later in life, but she was like so afraid of everything, would barely come out. If there was like even a hint of another person, she would like hide away. And also then once we took her and started feeding her, she did resemble a pumpkin more than she was initially living out in the wild. And then after that, I don't know, maybe like a year later or something, we got this, or like, I think it was at my mom's work. There was like a litter of kittens that were there, and she brought home this black cat, and I named him Shadow. And he was like this tiny cat. He was like the runt of the litter, I think. And so he's just like really small guy, and he actually died before Pumpkin did. I don't know how long it's been now, but it's probably been like 7, 8 years, or for Pumpkin a little less, maybe more like 6 years since she died. And then Shadow, he died like 7, 8 years ago because he got out one day and never came back. And then like, yeah, not soon after or it was like soon after Shadow got out, and I'm just gonna say he lived a wonderful life, full of whimsy and freeness, before probably getting eaten by a hawk. We got like another cat from my sister's boyfriend at the time, where like they found this cat, and my sister named her Mac, and she's this like, she's a Manx cat, Manx. So she has like a little stubby tail. She doesn't have like a normal cat tail, and she is quite the vocal, crazy little critter. But you know, I love her. I love cats, man. So great. But yeah, pretty much, I think almost every cat I've ever had has just been a stray that I found one day, and it's just like, well, this is our cat now. And like, I know, it was kind of funny where initially, after losing Shadow, I was like, I don't care about this new cat, you know. I'm sad, and it's you know, I don't want to have to deal with it, you know. So like, she was like initially staying in my sister's room as a kitten, and then like one day my sister had to go out, and she was like, hey, you have to watch the cat. And I'm like, okay, fine, I'll watch the cat, I'll do it, I guess. And then I had the cat in my room, and I was like watching her to make sure she didn't bite any cords, because that was the problem I had with Shadow, where he would bite cords and cables. And I was just kind of like, hey, don't you be doing anything bad, cat, all right? Not only for your safety, but also, you know, I need a lot of this stuff that's plugged in. And eventually I was like laying on my bed, and she jumped up on my bed, and then came and like crawled onto my chest and then started sleeping there. And then I was like, oh fuck, I love this cat. This cat is my cat now, and I love her. Ugh. But yeah, anyway. Ugh. Shrey hops up onto a work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. It doesn't acknowledge your presence, it just sits there, beside the tray of crumbled crackers, staring out the low end. What is this cat's story? Are there more on the station? You haven't seen another in the low end, but in this vast megastructure, that means little. There could be a whole colony of cats like this one down in the Warrens. You look at its sleek, dark fur and sharp eyes. It doesn't look ragged. It looks at home. In fact, its presence in the unit makes you wonder if this is the Shrey's apartment, which you are squatting in. I'll approach. Yeah, I'll approach the Shrey. You lean a little forward and the Shrey tenses up. Perhaps best to give it a moment to get used to you. The Shrey settles a little and starts eating, picking at the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having been this close to an animal. It triggers something in you, a recognition of life, totally unlike your own, but still somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. The Shrey licks crumbs from its fur. Aw. Were you born here? The Shrey lifts its head as you speak, but looks out the glow of the low end, not at you. The cat's comfort in this place is enough to answer your question. The Shrey is a born resident of the Eye, like all those thousands out there, beyond your window. This is, after all, a place for Shreys, for both those who begin their journey here and those who end it. You turn your eyes to the window, the one that the Shrey looks out of, and you both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel something pass between you and the Shrey, a kind of acknowledgement of each other, a sense that each of you might share something with the other, a point of connection. Then, all at once, the Shrey yawns wide, hops down from the unit and brushes along your legs, and then it is gone, out through the unit door and back into the corridors of the low end. Aww. That's adorable. Alright, I have 4 upgrade points? Okay. I knew I had a few, but jeez. Well. Yeah, I think self-repair is going to be a good one to have. And then I can either save up 1 more point and get +2 to something, or I get like instant karma. I know, hard to kill. It doesn't really seem all that useful, considering I haven't had problems with my condition yet, but who knows. Sure, why not? I'll get instant karma. See how it is. Oh, so you can do that anytime. That's interesting. So you can wake up, use all your good rolls, and then if you have bad rolls, you can re-roll them. Huh. Okay. Well, let's see. Is there anything in particular that requires like high rolls? Oh yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna use these dice on. I'll use 1 here. And 2 random rare mushrooms. Now let's see though, are these the one or not caster? Yeah, Emphas. These the one Emphas wants? Oh, he only needs 2. All right. Emphas inhales the deep autumnal aroma of the Matsutake caps and nods. He seems impressed. Alright, gotta give him a couple days to get the recipe done. So then, in the meanwhile... Oh yeah, okay. I was like, what's the thing I want to do? I want to do this. Let's, this will give me energy, so I'll take that. I feel I can risk my condition. Alright. This time you meet inside Rabia's office, although now that you've seen it, office seems like the wrong term. You find her stood in an almost bare, shadowy unit midway through a sequence of stretches. There are two low stools and a terminal in the corner, but it seems that most of the space is taken up by a heavy punching bag, rubber matting, and a stack of weights. When Rabia turns to greet you, you realize she is missing an arm. The prosthetic she usually wears is set in a cradle near the terminal, a web of colored wires running into it. Update, she says, noticing you looking where her artificial arm usually is. Nothing to worry yourself with. Sorry, don't be. I'm sure you've been on the receiving end of more invasive stares than I ever have. You both settle on the stools, Rabia crossing her legs on top and sitting backwards. Gia told me you have been doing the rounds, collecting ties, patrolling the ward. She smiles. Some of the enforcers are impressed, and I hear you handled a few difficult circumstances. Nicely done. I wanted to help. And you did. She closes her eyes for a moment. I hope you can see how things work here now. A strong Yatagan means a strong low end. Both are woven into each other. I know that for you, life on the eye has been a struggle, but I hope we can do something about that from here onwards, though some of our members may not see it this way. I know you too are a refugee. She looks at you solemnly. That is why you've come to us. Ooh. Enough, Rabia. Sabine's voice cuts through the conversation. I'm tired of listening to your affected nobility. They cross the room, Rabia's baton in their hand, the end lit with sparking electricity. Rabia looks between the two of you. I suppose this ambush was another cooperation between you two? She looks strangely unfazed. I'm not taking a side. Sabine pauses, thrown off by your silence. Ooh. Rabia takes this opportunity to act. She leaps from the stool and, feigning past Sabine, grabs the baton and twists it inward. She's by far the stronger, and she pushes Sabine to their knees, plunging the crackling end of the baton towards their chest. They freeze there, Sabine struggling to keep the crackling baton from their skin. Stop! Then you support them? Rabia asks you, her eyes not leaving Sabine. Your loyalties are so easily swayed. I thought you were more than Yannick's attack dog, Rabia. Sabine spits back. Are you not able to think for yourself? Rabia holds the baton strong, and for a moment you think she is about to hammer it down into Sabine's chest, but after a painful wait she throws Sabine down instead, then spins the baton in her hand, thumbing a switch and shutting it off in a single move. Now what? They both look at you, each still catching their breath, as if they had forgotten about your presence. Rabia cracks her neck. You were lucky I didn't kill you. I would have had every right. Every right, she shouts, the anger release a tension more than a threat. Sabine lifts themselves a little, bruised from the fall. They roll onto their side and cough. Rabia gives them some space, sitting back on their stool. Sabine props himself up on their elbows and fixes Rabia with a hard stare. You have something to say? Rabia taunts. Say it. This is your final opportunity, because after this, she laughs. No coming back. What's the point? Sabine breathes heavily. She refuses to listen to criticism of the great Yatagan project. Rabia collects herself. Speak. She folds her arms and waits to be convinced. Sabine takes a breath, organizing their thoughts. They go to start, pause, then decide on another approach. Eventually they say it. Yannick is a traitor. Rabia immediately flinches, her eyes going to her prosthetic arm, her muscles clenching, but she rides it out, more eager to prove Sabine wrong than she is to hurt them, at least for now. When I came here from SNR, they glance at you, gauging your reaction. It was Yannick who was one of the first to support me, to look after me. I should have known then, but I was naive and afraid. Sabine turns to you. Sleeper. They take a breath. I know that I should have told you I worked for SNR long ago, but I thought you would abandon me, and you are my final friend. What you should know is that I left SNR because I was running for my life. I leaked documents on the Sleeper program, on the illegal and immoral practices it relied on, to the press. SNR wanted me dead, and I fled as far as I could to this refuge at the edge of the surrogate systems. Sabine stops to collect himself. What does this have to do with Yannick? Rabaya interrupts. The Sleeper knows you're SNR. I told them. And while you hid beneath the cover of being a whistleblower, you and I both know you worked on the Sleeper program. Yannick told them as much. Yannick told me as much. Sabine's face falls. It is true. They glance at you and then away, ashamed. They lift their head. But it is Yannick, not me, who's in the pocket of SNR. Rabaya flinches again. I can prove it. He made some kind of deal to keep me here, to tie me up in debt, to lock me away in exchange. Rabaya slams her hand on the desk. Just tell us, for God's sake. In exchange for those, Sabine finishes, nodding towards Rabaya's prosthetic arm in its cradle. He's been using Yatagan enforcers, using you as test subjects for SNR technology. I have the data to prove it. He's been bringing them in under the guise of stolen shipments and having me fit them, knowing each one is capturing data and sending it back to its makers. Rabaya's fixed expression has started to fade. Sabine produces a slate. It's all here. Thousands of hours of usage data, failure rates, error dumps. These are all untested implants, Rabaya. They could short out, fail, cause cascading failures across a person's body. And they have. Sabine suddenly looks incredibly tired. I thought the error rate in the units was down to them being stolen or modified. I have tried to fix hundreds of failures in my time here. Not all of them. They stop, unable to continue. Rabaya closes her eyes and breathes in. Then she opens them again. She holds out a hand to Sabine. Show me, she says. Later, much later, when you leave, Sabine is still taking Rabaya through the manifests and usage data, both of them crowded around the terminal as Sabine leads Rabaya through each layer of Yannick's betrayal. As you leave, Sabine catches your eye, and something passes between you. Something like a thank you, or a sorry, or some other expression that communicates both sadness and hope. Alright. Oh, I only have one upgrade point. That makes sense. Alright. Start your shift, crew salvagers barge in. The next few hours are a whirlwind of chatter and long pours. They tip well. There we go. Kala is good as a word, and happy to throw a shift or two your way. Pay isn't great, but tips can make all the difference. Alright. tray crunches up the crackers as you watch. Sometimes you'll let you stroke them, sometimes not. Okay, should do some work harvesting the mushrooms. Alright. Yeah, do that. Rico is at her bench, running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise. You aren't sure if she notices you approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up, smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I have something. What is it? The drum finishes spinning and Rico lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I've extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me, and according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Rico asks, without looking away from the vial. Stabilizer? Rico nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. I just thought... She pauses, thinking very carefully on how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you, and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to our commune. I only really spoke to them once, while I was working on their wounds along with a couple system engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. Samples? You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She shifts her weight to her crutch. The next cycle they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up towards the wild margins, where the greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, the vial in her hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here, rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer. The glass cold and smooth in your palm. Thank you. Don't thank me. She gazes out the greenway through the glass. Those club head caps made it for you. Or at least who or whatever made those club heads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. Imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know that your body... your frame, is it? Runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too has it sprung this from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It is welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is that And what I also know is it is no longer speaking to me. Even after decades here, I've never seen this kind of response, not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So, I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like, I'll track the stabilizer and give it to you, freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Yeah. Rico sighs with relief and deflates into her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper. Truly I am. Sorry I couldn't have done more, but I'm so glad I met you. She smiles. You're welcome here anytime. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile. You realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab, in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of the other sleeper and where they ended up weighing on your mind. Grow your own. Alright. Let's re-roll. Look at that. Got 2 upgrade points. Get to know Memphis. Yeah, I'm slowly but surely getting everything done. Nope, nothing here. The only place to sleep on the hub. Act off a colony ship and welded to the ring. You know, yeah, let's see how this is. You hand over the chits and get a passkey for capsule 0451. Time to find which of the identical berths is yours. Okay, just a place to sleep. I was hoping there would be something else to do, but oh well. Got a lot of stuff to do tomorrow. I'll take some more scrap. Alright. Go here, go up. No, not that. The bar. There we go. you enter Rabia's office, you hear voices. Is that Sabine? You push open the door. Sleeper, what good timing. Rabia calls out as you enter. I wanted to introduce you to someone. The man is standing at the center of the room speaking quietly with Rabia. He turns as you come in. Meet Yannick. Sleeper, he nods. Been hearing good things from Rabbi. He smiles an easy smile. Good to meet ya. Likewise, likewise. He waves a ringed hand. Now, Robbie, where were we? Rabia? So, if I'm pronouncing your name Rabia, shortened, Rabbi? Yeah. Actually, Rabia places a hand on your shoulder. The sleeper was what I wanted to talk to you about. She didn't spare you a look. What is going on? Well, okay then. Well, okay then. Yannick tucks his hands into his pockets. Go on. I'd like to recommend them to your ward, a tiny pause. They've shown themselves to be a capable ally here on the spoke side, but we have more than enough to run our territories. I hear the main block is proving more difficult. Yannick leans forward, slowly. It's a mess, Robbie. Robbie? He waits, his tinted glasses shimmering despite the lack of light in the unit. I can use them, he suddenly decides. Rabia smiles. Good to hear. I can immediately... Yannick cuts her off with a raised hand. 1 second. He steps one surprisingly light step closer to you. You eager to work, sleeper? Yes. Yannick nods his head, as if listening to music. Okay then. You suddenly are unsure if he is talking to you. That concludes it. Yannick pronounces. Sleeper can come work in the ward anytime they like. You shoot Rabia a confused look. Rabia finally glances at you for a moment, but is so fast you almost miss it. Good. I know you'll be happy with their work, Jan. Yannick reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Sure, Robbie, he says. Now, please, he says, turning to face you. Let us old friends get back to it. He guides Rabia away, leaving you standing alone. You look to Rabia, but she is deep in conversation, and so, stunned and confused, you leave. Interesting. Expose Yannick. Ah. All right. Ah, here we go. Ah. Memphis is preparing the matsutake caps. Cleans them carefully with a damp cloth before shaving the stalks as if he were sharpening a pencil. His knife slides through them, revealing the bright white of the flesh within. He's a good sleeper, very good, he says without looking up. Bartered with Mingi for some kelp too, so we can brew the dashi. You know Mingi? Emphas looks up from cutting with a smile. Everyone knows Mengi. Emphas slides the sliced Matsutake mushrooms to one side and takes out a closed pan. He opens the lid and you see the green wafer of kelp sitting in a bath of water. Been soaking it since last cycle, Emphas explains. Should be good to warm now. Places the pan over the burner and turns it on low. We have some time now. He wipes his hands clean and throws the cloth over his shoulder. However, there is one difference this cycle. He smiles. You've been the one providing the ingredients, so it is my turn to provide a story. Oh, okay. Good. The story is important to me. He gestures for you both to both sit on the folding stools behind the stall. You see these? Emphas runs a hand over his forearm, tracing the circular scars that mark them like perfect bite marks. Conway called it an anchored interface rig, a mechanical control device for piloting a heavy-duty extraction suit in low-G industrial operations. We call it a bone suit. He points to a pattern of larger circles on his shoulder. They drill in and anchor it here, then all the way down the arm. He taps each scar on the way. It maps mechanical movements to the suit exactly, a one-to-one mechanical replication. You swing your arm, a 2-ton arm swings too. You should have seen the recruitment vid. Strong people in even stronger suits tearing through stone and scrap. Superheroes. Half my graduating year signed up, from company school to company shuttle. Conway from birth to death. Stares off into the distance for a moment, fighting with the memories. But the bone suits weren't good. The rate of failures was high. Failures meant arms turn off, anchors torn out, broken bones, bad stuff. So, after a while, Conway discontinued them. No longer competitive, they said. He checks the broth, turning down the heat and adding the mushrooms. So, there we were, hundreds of us, with surgical alterations for suits that didn't work. They sent us home, back to that company colony that spat us out to be cleaners, drivers, cooks. They gave us drugs for the pain and told us to make something of ourselves. When I deserted, bribing some passerby spacers to take me into orbit, there were only me and a couple others left. The rest just faded away. Arthritis, osteoporosis, folded in on themselves like paper lanterns. That was my generation. The anchor points still ache, still burn. He touches the scars. But what burns worse is the betrayal. Been on the eye for a long time now, but that will never fade. Not that, and not the other, and not the faces of my friends. Emphas reaches over and sprinkles a handful of leaves into the broth. It is ready. I'm sorry. Don't be. It was Conway's crime, and you know better than most what we went through. It's enough that you're here to listen. Emphas pours the broth into a double-walled metal bowl and hands it to you. The heat radiates through your hands, and the smell drifts up, rich and sharp, like a pine forest after the rain. You drink the broth slowly, chewing the matsutake and thinking. Emphas busies himself with cleaning the pans and the bowl, sealing the kelp back up for another day. Then he quietly comes to sit with you while you finish your meal. Neither of you speak, preferring instead to let the story linger in the air a little longer. It is not that there is nothing to say, it is that sometimes, in the moments after something speaking breaks the spell. So, you both idle, eager to be in each other's company, Emphas taking longer over his cleaning, his packing, and you savoring the final dregs of broth. When you finally finish and hand him the bowl, you feel the spell break, and the story leaves you both. And as you leave, you know that both of you are somehow a little more empty, and a little more full than before. Wow. Story eater. Alright. And with that, time to sleep. Do that, feed the Shrey. buy the crackers and put them out, the stray will always come. That doesn't mean they like you, though. They are a cat after all. Okay, you just keep buying them as much as you want. Cool. 3 upgrade points now. Yeah, why not? The overlooked clientele can be a tough crowd. Right. Hey. Garoli. Yeah, I have no idea if I'm saying that right, but I've just settled on pronouncing it Garoli because that's a fun way to say it. Garoli slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass, a pale grassy yellow under the overlook's warm lights. Spacer nods and takes the drink, bringing it up to their face in both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Tala says is aged in wooden casks stored in some closed-off part of the old station, among corroded wires and softly looping systems, though sometimes it's hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring this stuff. It gets on your fingers, and if you rub them together you can smell the mossy drink cut through with aniseed, mushrooms, wood, as the alcohol evaporates. You like those who order too. The aged Garoli is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there, like the quiet Spacer sitting at the bar right now. Watch Spacer. They are far away enough that you can freely watch them as you close the bottle and tuck it beneath the bar. You call them a Spacer because they bear the hallmarks. Pale, vac-suited, bird-boned, and hunched beneath the weight of the station's spin gravity. But the closer you look, the less you see a type. Pale eyes, almost gray, but kind. Delicate fingers that lightly drum the bar as if it was an instrument. A shock of black hair, almost covering a forehead scar. Scars are something you've learned to value. They are what marks out your body from the hundreds, maybe thousands, who knows, of similar models that rolled out of SNRP's biolabs. You find yourself rubbing one on your forearm, a rough little split, something that, on the good days, you might think of as a mark of defiance. Suddenly, you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open and a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit! Tala breezes in from behind, a whirl of hair and bright eyes. Shit, shit, shit. Tala? Sleeper! She ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. I'm coming. You come around the bar and get to one side of the tank. Okay, says Tala, on my count. 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to standing. Somehow you hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Tala? In the back, comes a voice from behind the tank. Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room, where you place it in one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents in the cramped space. As you do, you hear a crunch. Stand back and look at the expired rations oozing out from under the tank. Oh shit. Tala looks at you apologetically. I know you like those. Ah, that's okay. You push the crushed rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tala looks exhausted and rubs her shoulders. Francis, I swear to... Francis? Francis, I mentioned him already. My guy on the door deals with suppliers. Tall. She sighs. He was supposed to be back from Etanine's... Etines? Up in the Greenway by now, back with our Garoli. She leans against the tank. Seems like he's got lost again, or joined the Haifa commune. We need that Garoli. There's 4 other bars near here, and Spacer sure as hell don't come to the Overlook for the ambiance. She looks through the open door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the holotank. So, I'm taking matters into my own hands. She smiles. Welcome, Sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. Need some work. She picks up some paint flaking from the metal walls. Well, I might need some help though. She shrugs. You up for it? She knocks on the tank again. Could be fun. Happy to help. Okay. She grabs you by the shoulders. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half, one half for fermentation, the other we turn into a still. We also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look You look more like a chopper than a gatherer, she smiles. So, how about you build the still and while I work on the rest? Oh wait, Sleeper, I have an idea. Tala is grinning now and and it is making you nervous. To make up for the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here too? A kitchen? Uh-huh. I always wanted to serve food. She turns back to the tank. This is going to be great, she says to herself. You look at the dented tank and the bare room. At least she has a vision. Or at least she has vision. Tala nudges you out of the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and thumping begin. The spacer finishes up their drink and nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. Alright. Alright. Improve the overlook. Yeah, how are the mushrooms over here coming along? Okay, 2 more days. Is there something else here I was thinking about doing? Mushroom groves. Good. Try foraging. Alright. Okay. Well, this does kind of work out. Crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's excitement in the air. Abe and Age just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the side reel out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now, it is ready for the final stage. It will go to testing now, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it's deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out of his work gear. Mina, nowhere to be seen. He smiles. She'll be ready soon. I know. It's exciting. Although, if you think about it, we are all out of a job now, he quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lem continues to sit beside you on the bench. She's got to be in her best shape when she carries you. Carries you, Mina, and me out of here. So confident? Lem smiles apologetically. Why not? Figure I'm due a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. No use in wondering what if until the draw anyway. There's a few cycles till then. Lem is right, but the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces than you can count pass through. And are the Celis Foundation even going to keep their promise? Out here on the Eye, you get the sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the sidereal in a surrogate system? As you think, Lem watches you with a worried look. How's Mina doing? Lem is surprised by the question, but smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over, actually. Need to get you two together again soon. Or I need to get you two together again soon. Especially now, I won't see you here either. Lem gazes into space. She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. Sighs. You ever been a thunderstorm sleeper? A real big one? Yes. Right. Then you'll know. Lem smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down, the whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in the Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other was a long storm. A side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one the first drops fell. He sniffs. Some days, I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina's never seen a storm, never even felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Of course, almost there. Lem stands stretching. Let's get back to the little one anyway. When shift's done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. See you in a few for the draw. I'll be there. Right on, he grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think about rain, and a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Could the sidereal really take you to a planet? A place with weather, with skies, with life? You get up quickly before you can think about it anymore. It's too soon to hope, too dangerous. There's work to be done. Alright. Yannick is a strange character. He seems to understand the value of hard work. He'll gain his trust with time. Factories, restaurants, surgeries, schools, the layers of the block are rich with stories and problems to solve. You're starting to learn them all. You almost laugh when you see it. Same small recorder, stuck to a different wall this time. Written across the fluorescent tape is that familiar word, sleeper. You grab it quickly. Rabia says sorry. Sabine's voice sparks up once again. She said she didn't have time to brief you before setting you up with the old man. I'm sure you've got the play by now. Earn his trust, work the block, then we need you to get into his office. A pause. It's risky, but obviously you are the only one of us he doesn't already know. Either way, we need to locate the link to S and Art. You hear a shout in the background of the recording. Rabia says be careful. Sabine continues. The data suggests there's some relay processing the implant data and sending it to SNR, but we can't lock down its position. Either he is moving it, or it's moving itself, or it is rerouting through other relays. We can't understand it. Maybe he can find some details on it in his office. Once he trusts you, you should be able to get close enough to get in the office. You only get one shot. The recording creaks and whines. That's the final piece of the puzzle to end this. A pause. Good luck, Sleeper. I'm sorry too. Be safe. The recording clicks off, leaving you in silence. You pocket the recorder, just in case, and walk away. Looks like it is up to you. Alright. Can't do that quite just yet. Hey, Mortz. Sleeper, long time. Mortz is smiling at you when you leave, clearly happy to see you again. Mortz, good to see you. Same. He rubs his hands on his jacket. How you been? Really well. Good to hear it. He looks you up and down. I knew you'd make it work. You are a smart one. He glances around. Hey look, I'm not down here to chat though. I know Bliss said she didn't want to take any more big jobs, but she's changed her mind, or something. He grins. Because now, we have someone looking for a refit of their ship in our bay. You would not believe it. They want their entire ship disarmed, cutting out defense arrays, weapon lockers, ship-to-ship countermeasures, the whole lot. He leans in. We'll be able to start an arms dealership with all the hardware we'll have up there when we're done. He laughs. Anyway, it's a massive job, and we need some hands. Bliss said to go get you. So, come on up. Bliss is waiting on you to accept the job. He pauses. It'll be good to have you up there again. He grins. Like old times. Aw, that's nice. Man, it's a really cool looking game. Oh. When you enter the bay, it's weirdly quiet. Mortz must be out on some kind of errand. Maybe Bliss is preparing the kit? Ooh. And Kita? Sleeper. And Kita is drifting out one side of the bay. You missed her completely when you came in. The idea of not seeing Akita when you entered a room would have seemed unlikely to you several seconds ago, but seeing her without her armor, she seems smaller, less imposing here. Wow. Now this is interesting. What are you doing here? I was about to ask you the same thing. She kicks off the wall and comes a little closer. So, what is this? She asks. Come to avenge Ashton or Sleeper? Just looking for another payout. Her anger is familiar, but quieter than before, restrained. I don't want to fight. Why are you here? She looks away. You can tell her anger isn't directed at you in particular. It radiates off her like fire. You better be ready to sign, comes a shout from the bay entrance, because I've got my best repair tech coming up here especially, and they are going to... Bliss glides in, suddenly stops herself when she sees you and Akita standing off. Oh, Sleeper, you're already here. Miss Cassetta, this is the tech I was telling you about. Best on the... She stops, looking between the two of you. Wait, do you two know each other? You and Akita look at each other. We work together. Bliss squints at you. Squints at you both before continuing. Bliss produces a slate. Now, Miss Cassetta, if you'd like to sign our damage waiver here, we can start on the decommissioning. She looks at you. My tech here is eager to get started, as I am. Akita scrawls her signature across the slate. Thank you. Bliss pauses. And everything is okay with the special payment terms we discussed. She gives Ankita a strange smile. All fine, says Ankita, giving you another hard look. Then she kicks off and drifts to the entrance. I'll be in the gimbal, she says, and leaves. Special payment terms? She looks over her glasses at you. Look, Sleeper, there's something I have to tell you. She glances around again. What is she so nervous about? This isn't exactly a typical job. Miss Ankita, she gives you a knowing look, doesn't have the chits to pay us, so we've made a special arrangement. She sighs. I'm leaving. Leaving? Keep it down. I haven't told Mortz just yet. She looks down. Just waiting to break it to him. Don't you tell him either. She stares hard at you. I'll tell him when I'm ready, and I don't want him getting worried about Ankita's history. He can be very protective. I've noticed. Look, all I care about is she is heading for Star Wars Belt. She looks out of the bay. That's where I'm headed. She turns back to face you. Also, I want to ask. She stops, unsure. If you'd like to come with us. I would. She interrupts you before you answer. I know things have been hard for you on the eye, and you helped me out so much. I asked Ankita if she carried two of us, and she said yes. Mortz will take over the bay anyway, although if you stay, you are welcome to help him run it. I just thought, she sighs, you might be in need of a fresh start as much as I am. She turns away nervously. Think about it anyway. The berth is there. We gotta finish the job first anyway. With that, she kicks off and heads to the racks. Before you can offer an answer, moments later, Mortz enters with a new cutting torch for the disarming of the ambergris. Star Wars belt. You push your thoughts to the back of your mind. Time to get to work. Ooh. Now that is interesting. Keto wants it all out. Weapons, countermeasures, torpedoes. It would be a risky job if you didn't know Amber so well. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stay with Mortz. I doubt this is gonna work out though. I just have a feeling it's all gonna go wrong. Alright. Let's do a little risky one with this. Alright. Working on Amber again is a joy. You know every inch of this hole. After all, you fitted half of it. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hole, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Mortz drifts by. He has been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. It turns out, Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first Star Wars Belt port she hits. But now that Mortz is done, he seems in a kind of daze, floating back and forth aimlessly. You okay, Mortz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep a warhead. What do you think of her? Miss Cassetta? He shrugs. She seems tired and old. Like, older than she looks. Hey, Sleeper. He looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why he's like this. I did. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay, like it is suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You'll do a great job. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. Appreciate you saying that. Not many people believed in me before now. First Bliss, then you. Dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper, there was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going too? Before you can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Mortz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them. Built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well, she looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another moment of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Mortz. She sighs. I'll give you a minute. And she kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay, where the amber sits docked. You look back at Mortz. I'm staying. Mortz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper? Are you sure? Are you doing this for me? I'm staying for me. Mortz nods. Alright then, you're staying. He grins. Kita comes back across the final crate. Comes back across the bay. The final crate stowed. You staying then, Sleeper? I'm staying. She nods. Well, okay then. One less mouth to feed. She pauses. Look, Sleeper, I'm not going to go back over everything that happened. She sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me, but I hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off, gliding to the ambergris and the starboard belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, says Mortz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. I guess so. He smiles. That's cool. You both stay for a while to watch Amber and Bliss and Kita leave, and then Mortz goes to the racks to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curve of the hub, you watch glimpses of the distant stars flickering through the windows. They are beautiful, it's true, but by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you've realized there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts and no bright futures. Just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No, your place is here, among the people you know and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt, but as you do, you focus on the Eye, on the vast spinning rim that rotates around its hub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home, and for now, it contains all the features you need. Aww. Oh, shit. What? Hey! Hey, I'm not done playing the game. the fuck? Jump over the age game. I mean, that's cool and all, but I'm still playing the game here, man. I wanted to find out what was going on with the with the Yatagon guy, Yannick. You know, gotta draw lots with Lem, you know. Gotta figure out what's going on with the mushrooms and the Greenway and the sentience it may or may not have, or the sentient being that's hidden within. Is it gonna let me continue, or is that like... Because, like, I suspected that if you left, that might have been an ending. Aw. For Diana and Anais. But yeah, I was kind of curious if that was gonna be the ending, or gonna be like a ending. Turns out it was, even though I didn't leave. Okay, there we go. Next round is yours. Mortz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing beside the table, plunks them down onto the magnetic table. This place, you've decided, is ridiculous. A rapidly spinning, cavernous sphere, the Gimbal's weak gravity, just like the gravity at the eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the Gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator, where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from that central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounce towards the bar in lazy arcs, or shift from table to table with graceful leaps. "What are you thinking?" asked Mort, noticing you staring out into the gimbal. "How weird this place is." Mort glances around as if for the first time. "Yeah, Bliss never used to like coming here." Mort takes a drink and stretches. "So, Sleeper, you sticking around?" "If you'll have me." Mort nods. "Of course, I'm going to need help in the bay." Mort rubs the back of his head. "One cycle at a time. That's how we'll take it. Nice and easy." You aren't sure if he's talking to himself or you. "We'll make it." He lifts his drink for a toast. "To the next cycle," he pronounces and knocks it back. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Mort is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back into the hub, sending him on his way home to the bay. Then, you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin around the eye. You smile to yourself. Think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere, among those points of light. To the next cycle. Alright. So yeah, is that like is that like the one opportunity you have to actually leave? If you don't take it, it's like, oh, no way to get off this rim. Which, hey, I'm fine with. I like the place. Alright, let's go here. Feed the cat. Alright. You get scrap if you work here, right? Oh no, you can buy scrap. That's it. I'll buy some scrap. It'll let me fix myself. Alright. So gotta wait a day for that. Whoa, look at that guy. Alright, let's head on over here. Harvest some mushrooms. Oh, no. There we go. There we go. Rico chats to you about recent events while she prepares stabilizer. I always enjoy these visits. Well, I do have quite a few mushrooms. Let's try to gather some more though. Alright. Now there's a lot to do on the other side. Yeah, let's go see if Mort says anything. Alright. There we go. Lemon Mina. Crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard. You recognize faces among them, people you worked alongside on the side reel. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement to anxiety, and few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. Pick Lemon Mina out. Pick out Lemon Mina and work your way over to them, pushing through the crowd. He silently raises his eyebrows at you, his anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. "Robot!" she shouts, reaching out to you. "Hi, Mina." Aw, you gotta hug her, though. She gratefully accepts your hug, leaning against your chest, and Lem smiles, seemingly glad to share the weight of Mina for a moment. "Quite the turnout, huh?" Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. "I don't think patience is one of this crowd's strengths." The sound of an argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He is putting it lightly. This place seems set to explode. This isn't good. Lem doesn't dare answer, but the look in his eyes suggests he agrees. "This is Astor Anghart of the Shells Foundation." The announcement echoes from the speakers at the shipyard entrance, and shouts of "Quiet" rapidly follow. "I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sendrine Tellus for the work you've done on the sidereal horizon." Most of the crowd strains to see Astor's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. "Sendra wants me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Cellus Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially among the ranks of the venerable Haven Age Association. Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Erlin's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new, decentralized social structure, one where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny." A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. "You are all pioneers, just like the core citizens who the sidereal horizon will carry, in sleep, to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Cellus 1. At the mention of the destination world, excited conversation breaks out among the workers. "There our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sendrine Tellus herself: freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Haven Age yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know that we are offering a select group the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through interstellar space." Lem turns to you, his eyes bright. "This is it. This draw." Oh, yeah, did Lem say that, or did the guy? "This is it. This draw has been performed at random by the central AIs of the Foundation and is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundation are eligible for this draw. I know you all have been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Cellus identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor." A murmur runs through the crowd. Cellus identification numbers? Licensed contractors? You have never heard the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lem, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones, like a rising wave. Asher starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone shouts in celebration, and everyone pushes forward. "Lem?" You turn to see Lem still staring forward. Mina is scared now as the shouts start. Daddy? Someone throws something at the entrance and it rattles against the shipyard's doors. You see for the first time Haven Age security stood on either side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising to the crowd. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move. I'm just... They might call out my name. They might call out names. I can't. Mina tugs at his dog tags. It's not happening. Lem blinks rapidly and then turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving people aside. As you do, you hear the sound of scuffles emerging at the front of the crowd, of metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. You keep your head down and walk away, the sound of Astra reading off ciphers echoing above the chaos like some strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks, and Mina is sniffling into his jacket. Feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on the list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. Stare ahead into the tunnel. The security sirens sound out, a signal for the coming violence. Oof. Drive failed. It's the first time that's happened. Ah. Oh, Lem's out. Sleeper, gone to find work. Lem. Oh. That is heartbreaking. But I kinda saw it coming. Spot the countermeasure on the drawer moments before you touch it. This has to be it, but you can't rush it. You look at the countermeasures on the drawer. It looks like some kind of shock trap. If you grab the drawer, you'd likely have thousands of volts running through your system right now. You wince. Once you find the anchor points, it comes away easily enough. You prise it from the drawer quickly and quietly, then listen for footsteps in the corridor outside. Nothing. All clear. For now. Slide the drawer open, looking for the other countermeasures that might be inside, expecting to see a chunk of tech, the relay, but as you slip it open, all you see is a handful of wires and an empty implant cradle. Is this some kind of mistake? You freeze up for a moment, unsure what to do next. Why keep an implant cradle so carefully guarded? You remember Yannick having an implant, a small plate on the side of his head, just above his ear. You assumed it was for hearing or vision. Those shimmering glasses of his come back to you in your memory, his strange movements, his speech. You look again at the cradle, and there it is, printed on the frame. Proprietary technology, property of S&R. Rabai said the relay moved, that they couldn't get a fix on it. What if Yannick was the relay? The thought hits you like a shock. Yannick, with a remote relay implanted in his head, networked to every single implanted enforcer in the low end. A shudder runs through you. Is he even in control, or has S&R wormed its way into the man? Could he even be considered separate from the corporation itself? You think of your own legal status as proprietary technology. A puppet would cut strings. Time to cut Yannick's strings, then. You reach around inside the cradle and find it, a remote connection, a tiny bead of a transmitter, likely controlling the link to S&R. There it is. You pause for a moment, then you squeeze it, snap it, from the frame and it crumbles, sparks and dies. It takes a moment before the shouts come, before the scream. You're already on your way out, down the corridor, down through the unit that serves as the lobby to Yannick's office. Then, out onto the walkway where Yannick lies still. Enforcers gather around him, bemused. Approach. You push through the crowd and there he is, still, crumpled. You arrange him a little, lie him down properly, feeling how thin his body is under his suit. You wonder how long he has been like this, a puppet for S&R. With the connection cut, nothing remains but his body, which means that Yannick, the man was gone a long time ago before now. Place a hand on his chest. You are sorry for him, but it is done now, and you did not kill this man. You've seen enough. The connection is cut, and whatever Yannick was or had become is gone. Your anger is a hard core in your chest, and all of it is focused on S&R. Wow. Remote control. Probably should have eaten something, but I forgot. God, man, music in this game is fantastic. Ooh. Alright, what time is it? 4:46 a.m. Oh. Alright, well, gonna be honest with you. I think I'm gonna continue playing. Because, yeah, I'm also curious, like, yeah, that's what I do. The entire greenway is locked down, shrouded in a dark cloud of shifting currents. What is happening here? Kinda do want to find out. Oh, this is probably how you find the sentience that's here. The greenway roils beneath you like a silt-choked river. What Navigator said was true, then no one has accessed these networks since the collapse. The hunter and killer protocols have never set foot here, never cleared out the intelligence in the systems. So why then, you wonder, does it look so dark? Is it just that the bit rot has set in? The entropy of systems, reducing everything to shadows and light? You watch as the slotted cipher fizzles in the one open, distorted gateway on this entire rim of the station. It flickers and winks out, and then you are falling into the flow. A river of swirling darkness. You are spun by it, twisted by it, lost in it. It's not that the greenway was hiding in the darkness. It is made of darkness. It is filled by this substance, this process, this swarm. Now you are among it. You notice that a swarm is exactly what it is. 1 billion individuals moving in a flow. There is no network map here, no nodes and threads, only a storm of interchangeable points, shifting configuration endlessly. Then you see them, a figure turned away, the only bright spot in the dark river. You push closer through the storm. They are facing away, at least you think so. They are so fractured, so overgrown that it is hard to tell. Even from this distance you can see their flesh is moving, flowing. You watch silent as they stoop and reach down. In their hands is a dark shape, and with twisted fingers they press it down into the loma data beneath them, pushing it through this trembling soil. Then they move away, go a little further, and repeat the process, as if they were sowing a field. You push forward, but somehow, despite their slow and deliberate speed, they move faster, and they quickly fade into the storm. You reach the point where they planted the object and look down. There it is, a glassy, shifting polygon with something inside. You reach down and pick it up. It is cold, but it thrums with energy. You look towards the path of the figure, but they are long gone. When you blink out of the cloud, back to the leaves and the dappled light of the greenway, you hold a seed in your hand. Alright. The only way to understand what the gardener gave you is to grow it. Rico is incredibly excited by the prospect. I'll take good care of it, Sleeper. Rico smiles. Don't you worry. Hmm. Interesting. Alright. Let's see here. Say let's collect a few more mushrooms. I feel like 3 should be good. Oh. Whew. Now, I won't lie to you, I'm getting quite tired. Ugh. I don't know, here. Rather than read, I'll do a bit of talking, at least for the moment. So, the other night, I was planning on live streaming, but I unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you think about it, had a little bit too much to drink, and this did result in me falling asleep in my bathtub. Because I was like, oh, I feel terrible, I'm gonna like take a shower, because like whenever I get too drunk, and usually it's not often that it happens, but when it does, I usually feel terrible. Like, honestly, I've never once blacked out in my entire life, and I don't know how people do it. I think my body simply isn't built for it. Like, I get nauseous way too easily. If I drink too much, I just immediately throw up. It's not like I forget anything. You know, again, I don't black out. I don't know what it's like to do that. But, no, I had too much to drink, and so, like, my head was swimming. I wasn't feeling good. And so what I do is I'll take a shower, and the shower I have has like a bathtub attached to it, you know? It's just like a shower head above a bathtub. And I'll just like lay down in the bathtub and turn the shower on, and like let the water like fall down onto my face as I just like lay there. And then sometimes I will put the plug in for the bath, so that way it just like slowly fills up. And so it was like maybe halfway full, and I turned the shower off. And then to be fair, I don't really remember this, but I must have closed my eyes to rest, and then I fell asleep. And then I woke up probably not that long after, probably like an hour or so later, maybe 2 at most. And I was like, ah, shit. And so got up, dried myself off, unplugged the bath, and then I was like, alright, great. And then I proceeded to go to my bed and actually fall asleep. And then I woke up nauseous, miserable, and I just drank a bunch of water, took an Excedrin, which is what I typically take because I have migraines on occasion. Well, I don't have migraines anymore, but I used to have terrible migraines when I was younger. Now, not so much. But, take me to the other side of the rim. I don't like all this no music. What is this, the cold vacuum of space where there's nothing but me? I guess so. Ooh. That's red. I don't like that being red. I don't know what that means. But okay, that's got 2 ticks. Oh yeah, I should go here and help out. Build the still. But yeah, so so yeah, anyway, I then proceeded to just go to my bed, sleep, woke up, drank a bunch of water, and now that's basically Is basically how my day started. And then I think eventually I was just like, I feel miserable, so I made just a classic little bit of tomato soup and grilled cheese, and it was pretty good. And then after I was still hungry from the after eating the grilled cheese, I'm like, oh well, still got some cheese and I got tortillas, so I made quesadillas and proceeded to dip those in the tomato soup, and that was pretty good. I'm sure people have done that before, but I'm like, man, why have I never done this before? It's actually a pretty good combination. Uh, yeah, let's do this and then reroll. Okay. I was like, that's bound to happen at some point. But it's alright. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to wait for something specific to happen before I go see Castor again. Alright. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, feed the Shrey. But yeah, so anyway. Did that, and actually afterwards I then went onto my couch and just rewatched, like I think I'm probably on episode 5 or 6 now, but I just started rewatching Ted Lasso. And I gotta say, I fucking love Ted Lasso. It is such a fun show, and like, I don't know, I'm always a fan of like a comedy. Like, comedy is by far my favorite genre. So it's like, I don't know, it is pretty nice, and like, I don't know, for me it's kind of funny because like I think the kind of last person I heard talking about Ted Lasso was Northern Lion, if you know him. But like, I forgot what the bit was, but he was talking to one of his friends. I think it was like Corey or something. But he's like, "Oh yeah, you seem like the kind of person who would watch Ted Lasso or something like that." And like, I'm watching the show, and it's like like his impression of it is like, oh, it's like a sappy show where you know, an inspirational guy comes in and tells everyone to believe in themselves. And it's like, that is basically the show. And, but it's also not, because there is like, I don't know, it's not really like crass humor, but it is somewhat crass humor in the show. And like, just like fun little character moments that I enjoy quite a bit. But like, I don't know, to me it's a very funny thing to do, is that it's like, why do we have this tendency to be cynical? Because like, I also feel this myself, where I'm just like, grumble, 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 I'm a misanthrope, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, why do we do that to ourselves? Why do we like punish ourselves? And you know, of course this is extreme. Like, I think Northern Lion was just making a joke. Not a very funny one, because, you know, guy's a little too smart for his own good. I'm not watching this thing, and if I'm not watching it, it must mean it sucks. Just like, honestly, love Northern Lion as an entertainer. Sometimes though, I need the guy to shut the fuck up about like about video games sometimes, you know, because he will go on tirades about how, oh, it's so much better to play a shitty game for live streaming. Oh, it's so much better. Oh, I'm gonna play Trick Shot Simulator, and this is gonna be the greatest game ever made. It's the only real game. It's the only honest game. It's the only game that doesn't hide behind layers of artifice. You just simply try to do the thing, and you either succeed or you fail. And it's like, well, yeah, man, if you look at games, it's just like technical simulations of like codes and numbers and phrases and whatever the fuck else goes into coding. I don't know. I only took one class in high school and I was like, yep, this ain't for me. But to me, ultimately, I find it to be it's just like funny sometimes when he goes off on these tirades. Is that it's like, games are art, you dumb motherfucker. Like I love you, you're real funny, but sometimes he's just like, yeah, the game's not good for live streaming. Then I don't really give a fuck about it. It's like any game is good for live streaming because you know what you can do whenever you want at any time, just fucking not do anything and just talk. Like. Most games have a pause button, some games don't, and sometimes that's part of the fun, you know, playing a multiplayer game and wanting to take a breather or wanting to talk about something, but you can't because you're too busy trying to survive or fight someone or do whatever, you know? Like, it's like, to me, there is no inherently good game or inherently bad game. Or like inherently good show or inherently bad show. Like there's no inherently good or inherently bad art, you know? It's only made good or bad by the people creating it and the people interpreting it, you know? Like somebody can make what they feel is good art from a good place, and then somebody can come along and hate it, not enjoy it. It makes them feel awful, you know? But it's like, does that make it bad art? You know? If a bad person makes art, is it inherently bad? You know? Can you not listen to a Michael Jackson song because, you know, the allegations that man received? I don't know. But either way, I think it's like an interesting topic of discussion, and to just like shut it down is like, man, nah, video games are just toys. Which, like, when people take games too seriously, like anytime somebody is like complaining about someone being bad at a game, it's like, come on, man. Let's not fucking kid ourselves here. These are toys. It's electronic entertainment, you know? And like, I think that's the thing too with like TV shows and like movies. I don't know. I'll be honest though, I'm not a movie guy. I don't dislike movies, but like of all the things for me to do, it's like the hardest thing for me to do entertainment wise is like watching a movie. Like I'm down to watch like fucking, I don't know, like tens of hours of a TV show, like no problem. Like, oh hey, I'll watch 20 hours of this TV show, sure, why not? But it's like, oh, I gotta sit down and watch a 90-minute movie? I don't know about that. Like there's just something so weird about my brain where I'm like, oh yeah, I'll play Persona 4 Golden casually for 90 hours. Sure, why the fuck not? Hey, I'll play Death Stranding 2 for for like 160 hours or however many hours I put into it ultimately. I'm just like, yeah, sure, why not? But then I'm like, oh, a 2-hour long movie? I don't know. And it's like, for me, it's like movies aren't bad. They're just not my thing. I just don't, I don't find myself going to watch a movie typically. And like, it's like, for me at least, that's kind of the interesting part about entertainment, is that like, I find it bizarre when someone will sit down and watch a TV show or play a game and then not like it, but then continue to watch it or continue to like keep up with it for whatever reason, where I'm just like, I don't know, because you see this a lot with games where like one of my favorite things to do is reading negative reviews. In fact, I might be a little tempted to do that right now with this game, because I'm sure that would be funny and infuriating. But like, one of my favorite little pastimes and activities I like to do is pulling up negative reviews for games I like or TV shows I like. Usually games I like, but sometimes games I'm like okay on, or even games I dislike. And like, I like going through the negative reviews because it's like, on one hand, I love finding a review where I'm like, I have no problems with this. Like somebody clearly laying out, here's what I don't like, here's why I don't like it, here's why I think it's bad or whatever. And I'm like, those are all fair and valid criticisms. And like, it's like, I don't know, to me, I like seeing other people's perspectives, like seeing a way of looking at something that I never would have thought of, a way I never would have seen it, you know? And it's like, I love finding stuff like that. And then I also love finding people who are just fucking morons, no offense. It's like, it's like sometimes people will, I don't know, they'll walk into a candy store and then be upset that they can't like find a juicy steak. You know, it's like, buddy, you went into the candy store. It's like, you can't be upset walking into the candy store. Hey, what the fuck? There's no steak here. Where's the meat? Where's some chicken? Where's some beef, man? What's going on? You tell me there's no pork here in this candy store? And then it isn't pork like kind of used for a lot of candies? I don't know, but it might be. Or like hooves or something like that? Maybe. But it's just so bizarre to me when people will buy something or engage with something, and it's like, how did you not know you weren't going to like this? You know? It's like, for me, usually when I buy a game, it's because I've heard really good things about it, or I'm personally excited for it, you know? Like, I would say a game I'm, like, kind of mild on. Like, I don't think it's bad by any means, but I'm sort of mild on it, where, like, there are some parts of it I really fucking loved, and then there were some parts of where I'm just like, I'm getting through the game. And that was, like, The Outer Worlds 2. And it's like, I bought it, and it's like, it did not disappoint me. You know, it, like, mostly lived up to my expectations. And I really enjoyed it. But it's just, like, it's bizarre seeing people talk about, like, that game, or what was the other one? Dispatch. Whereas, like, so many people were just like, oh, what the fuck? This is like it's like, this is like a slightly interactive TV show talking about Dispatch. And it's like, yes, guy, that is the game you bought. like, I didn't know all that much about Dispatch before I bought it. Like, I bought it like a few days after it came out because I was like, I was like, oh man, it sucks it's only on PC. And then it's like, no, it's on PS5. And I was like, oh shit. And I bought it immediately. I was very happy. And then going through and reading negative reviews of so many people were like, what the fuck? Why is it releasing weekly? Dude, this sucks. I thought it was all out. You're telling me that the game is finished. You could put it all out, but instead you're releasing it weekly? What the fuck? And like, so many negative reviews were like, oh, just wait like a month or a month and a half until the whole game is out so you can play it all at once. And it's just like, it was crazy to me how many people bought a fucking game, a $30 to $40 game, depending on like if you got the deluxe edition or whatever. I bought the deluxe edition, although you don't have to. Where it's like, I don't know, it's so funny. I saw someone like complaining about like, I can't believe I had to buy the deluxe edition to get the comics that should have been included with the game. And it's like, well, that's fine. You can believe that. You can also just look up the comics. Like, if you go to my live streams, after each episode, I go through and read the comics. Like, and then plus I saw people just like posting the comics on their own. It's like, it's not like you have to buy it in order to see the comics. It's like, you could have just looked them up. Like, you're complaining about something that is not a problem. And like, again, so many people were complaining about the fact that it was like releasing weekly, and it's like, you don't know how to read. You don't know how to make an informed purchase. You just see something and you go, yeah, I think I'll buy that, and then you buy it, and then you're disappointed because you couldn't be bothered to read. You can be bothered to be like, oh, it's releasing weekly. It's like, I'm pretty sure when they announced it's like, hey, dispatch episode 1 and 2 out now, when the game released, and like so many people bought it, not reading, not paying attention, not making an informed purchase, just impulse buying something and then getting mad about it. And it's like, I I don't know how to help you. You need to think about things. You need to have discernment. You need to have the ability to engage in the world around you and be able to accept that, people are going to have different opinions. People are going to I don't know, that like not everything is for you, like I don't know, personally, it's like sometimes when I watch a TV show and like I don't enjoy it, it's like it can be enjoyable to talk about why you dislike something or why you think it's bad, but like ultimately for me it's like if I watch something, if I watch like a couple episodes of a TV show and I'm like, I don't really like this, I stop watching the TV show. I like don't continue to watch it, and I don't make a because again, it's like it's particular with games. Whereas like people will leave these like reviews where it's like they're not reviews. They're just like mad about something or they're upset about something, so they're like, oh, this gets 0 stars for me. It's like, I guarantee you if I look up reviews for this game, there's gonna be somebody who's like complaining about the fact that it's like all just reading. That's like, I wanted to play a video game. I didn't want to fucking buy a book. I didn't realize I was going to buy a book. And it's like, well, hey, buddy, you should have, like, done the bare minimum of research for Citizen Sleeper before you bought it. Because, here, I want to see what it's categorized as. Tags, RPG, dice, story-rich, and cyberpunk. Huh. It's got very positive reviews on Steam, but I would say probably some of the dumber people are on Metacritic. I know, it is also kind of fun too, going to different different websites and review places, because you'll get like vastly different stuff. Like, one of my favorite negative reviews I ever read was for Red Dead Redemption 2. And it's like, I think this person said they were a vegetarian. So keep that in mind. But they gave Red Dead Redemption 2 a negative review because they had to kill a deer in the game and eat it. And they were like disgusted by it, they hated it, and they thought that the game was like encouraging hunting or something like that. And it's like, to me, I found it fascinating because it's like it's like, I don't know, it's such a weird thing where it's like where it's like Red Dead Redemption 2 has an interesting kind of thing on hunting where it's like it is like hunting to survive is fine and acceptable and even good in a certain way. But like that's what it is. It is a means of survival, And so like it's just so weird to me seeing somebody who looks at the game, sees that there's hunting in it, sees that they have to kill a deer, and they're like, oh, I don't like this. It's supporting hunting and the killing of animals, and I don't like that. And I'm like, that's not what the game is really doing, though, It's like Red Dead Redemption 2 or even like GTA, they're not like pro-crime games, They're not like, as much as, some folks out there would like to believe, they're not like, hey, you should go do crimes. Okay, hey, kid, you ever try to do a crime? It's really fun. You go into a place, you rob a store, you get a whole bunch of money, and then, cops come and try to fucking kill you. Isn't it fun? Don't you want to do this in real life? And it's like, to me, that's something that I find to be interesting, is people refusing to engage with something on its own terms, one of my favorite YouTubers, actually, Big Joel, if you know him, he has this video. It's on his Patreon or on Nebula, if you have that. Which I gotta get Nebula again. My subscription ran out, and I'm like, man, I want to watch like Jacob Geller's bonus videos and like a bunch of other stuff that's on there. It's got some good stuff, man. I would recommend it. Uh, but no, so Big Joel had this video where he's talking about like Doug Walker's like different reviews. Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, if you know him. He was talking about like some of his like worst reviews or his worst takes, and like I think he might have been talking about. He was talking specifically about his review of like the Truman Show, and then the Truman Show, and what was the other thing? The Barbie movie, and like like specifically for the Barbie movie, Doug Walker says something along the lines of like, "Oh yeah, it just wasn't for me. The movie wasn't for me, and you know I just didn't like it. Like I would have wanted it to make fun of the fact that like Barbie is a doll more, or like do more comedic jokes in that avenue. So you know really it wasn't my cup of tea." And like Big Joel interprets this as like like Doug is like beating around the bush. He's not saying what he truly feels, which is that he didn't like the movie. He thought it was bad for whatever reason. But like instead of actually engaging with the movie and explaining why he thought it was bad or why he disliked it, instead he employs what Big Joel terms the scenic mountain criticism, which is you know, I have a question for you. Do you like scenic mountains? Do you think scenic mountains are pretty cool? Do you think something would be improved if there were scenic mountains? I think so. I think scenic mountains are fucking awesome. But it's like, just because you're watching a movie and there aren't scenic mountains, that's not a valid point of criticism. You know, you can't be like, yeah, this movie's great or whatever, but you know, where are the fucking scenic mountains, huh? I want to see scenic mountains, and there are no scenic mountains in this movie. It's like, it's not a very good avenue of criticism because you're just projecting, like, what you would want something to be, you know? It's like, say, for example, if I ordered, like, a steak, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty good, but, like, I don't know, I think I would prefer it if it had, like, you know, cheese on top of it, maybe some lettuce, tomato, possibly even a couple pickles, and then like two big things of bread in between it, one on the bottom, one on the top, and it's like, well, what you want is a burger, you know? Like, you got a steak and you're mad that the steak isn't a burger, so you could be eating a burger right now. Or you could be like, well, the steak is pretty good, you know? I don't think the steak is for me, but, you know, it's cooked well, it's nicely done, it's juicy and tender, but not, you know, not overdone, and that's pretty good, you know? Could certainly use something more on the side, like having the steak and just the steak, I think detracts from the meal somewhat, but it's like, you know, you say something interesting, you could give an insight into yourself when critiquing something, or like, you know, giving like valid feedback to somebody. But instead it just boils down to so many people being like, man, this isn't what I thought it was, fuck you. And it's like, come on, man, look into your soul. You can critique things and you can do it well, you just have to try. But nobody wants to fucking try. They just want to fucking leave a low number and be like, yeah, this fucking shit sucks. And it's like, come on, open yourself up to being a person. Now see here, you go to Steam, Citizen Sleeper, it's got like 5,000 reviews, and the score is like 90%, is like overwhelmingly positive. You fucking take your ass to Metacritic. Metacritic, quit trying to make me sign in. I will not sign in. Fuck off. But yeah, based on critic scores, 19 critics, 82, and then based on user scores, 159, 7.5. And now I'm very curious about the about the negative reviews. It is only 17. All right, let's see here. Also, Metacritic is weird, where sometimes it like hides scores from you. It's like, it says there's 17, but I only see 2. Why do you like this, Metacritic? Let me read the user reviews. Because they're funny. Well, anyway, the first one is clunky UI and mechanics was meant to simulate a tabletop role-playing game, but they didn't show roles well, and results were inconsistent with what I would consider a success or failure. Lore and characters were interesting, at least. I don't know. At least this person's making a somewhat valid point, but it is like clunky UI. I see that a little bit. I assume the UI would be like much better on PC. Because like me, there's a little bit of clunkiness, but that's because I'm using a controller. It's gonna be a little clunky being a PC game and all. Let's see. Now here we go. This is what you're looking for. This is what I'm looking for, to be clear. This person says, I like the art style. The mechanics are fun. However, the ideological hammer that beats you in the head is a bit difficult to miss. The evil capitalist corporation that owns everything, including your body. You get it? Not your body, not your choice. Fights the good, physically strong women. It's too blatant for good storytelling and makes it more like a fairy tale than cyberpunk. There's no gray area for your morals. Everything is black or white, good or bad. A bit lazy story. See, I kind of do always appreciate reviews like that, because it's like, it's not that the game is beating you over the head with like ideology. It like is a game with a lot of philosophical ideas and political leanings and beliefs. But like, so is everything, dumbass. Like it's like nothing is non-political. Either the shit that people say is non-political, either it has like very general politics, or it has politics that they agree with. You know, where it's just like it's kind of so bizarre that it's like it's like this person saying that that like cyberpunk is all about like gray areas, and it's like it is sometimes, but also cyberpunk is a specifically anti-capitalist genre. Like most of the cyberpunk worlds and cyberpunk literature is dystopian. You know, it's not meant to be like, oh yeah, my favorite part about being a cyberpunk is that like capitalism is actually really cool, man. I have this like cool metal arm that I can use to shoot people with. Fuck yeah, man. That's what it's all about. This is a good thing. Oh man. But yeah, I always found it to be a fascinating idea that like I don't know, that's like people will see politics in something, and it's like, it's not the fact that you don't like the politics, or like people will claim like, oh, the politics are so obvious, it takes away from the story, or blah 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 blah, yada yada yada. It's like, just be real, man. You don't like the politics because you don't agree with them. That's it. Just say what you mean, buddy. You don't need to dance around it like, oh no, it's actually it's poorly written with all these stereotypes or something like that. And it's like, no, man, come on, be honest, be real. Be true to yourself, or shut the fuck up. That's my advice for some of these people. Is that I get it. You're afraid to put your real opinion out there lest everyone know you're a scumbag and a piece of shit. But be a scumbag, man. That's always this thing that fucking pisses me off about like Republicans or conservatives or people on the right side of the political aisle. Is that it's like, your ideology is oppressive, bro. You picked the bully ideology for dicks, assholes, and pricks. You know? Like, that's your thing, man. And you're like too much of a pussy to say the quiet part out loud. You're like, well, actually, I just care about respectability and taking care of my home. It's like, bitch, you don't believe in global warming. Your home's gonna fucking die along with everything else on the fucking planet. What the fuck? I don't know. It's just always bizarre to me. Or that, like, also too, particularly in America, there's so much like, it's like the conservatism or Republicans are seen as like the religious uh crowd, where like they appeal to religious people, and it's like people are so fucking dumb. It's like, do you know about Christianity? Have you read the Bible, motherfucker? You can read it now. Like, it's not just something that's kept by priests and people who are able to read. Anyone can pick up a Bible and read it. In fact, it's the most stolen book in America. I don't know if that's true, but it's like, also, shouldn't be something that's sold, right? Shouldn't the gospel of God be given free to all? And are you not supposed to read and take away the stuff that the Bible says? Because, like, to me, it's very bizarre how many people, like, tie what is supposed to be a religion of peace and love into, like, bigotry and pain and hatred, you know? Whereas it's like, buddy, read the book, man. You know the guy Jesus, right? You know him? That guy loved people. That Jesus Christ literally saw every single sin, every single wrong thing, every single person in the entirety of human existence. He saw every single sin a person would do, and he fucking sacrificed himself for humanity to have God forgive man for their transgressions and their wrongdoings and their misdeeds. And you sit here and you think you can fucking judge anyone? You think that people don't deserve forgiveness? You believe in the fucking death penalty? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a religious guy myself, you know? But, like, it's just like, if you believe in the religion, shouldn't you, like, believe in it? But, you know, most people just use it as, like, a jacket. As something to accessorize themselves with, to justify their beliefs, you know? It's like their beliefs don't come from Christianity. They don't come from the Bible. They impose their beliefs onto the Bible and use it as a justification, you know? And I think that is a big fucking problem, is that people aren't actually willing to engage with things on their own terms and take them as they are and actually comprehend what something is saying to you, you know? Like, it's so funny when people are like, oh man, remember when games weren't woke and there were no politics in it? Like remember BioShock, man? That game has no politics at all. Or like people who play BioShock and like, yeah, you know what? Ayn Rand is kind of based. Ayn Rand she kind of knew what she was talking about, you know? And it's like, look, man, you can believe that independently, but like BioShock is not pro Ayn Rand. BioShock is specifically a critique of libertarianism. You know, it's not pro libertarianism. You know, it's like saying Wolfenstein is pro Nazi because there are Nazis in the game. It's like you spend the whole game killing them. And in BioShock, the whole thing is like seeing how broken and terrible this libertarian system is, you know? And it's got lies and propaganda. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow? Is a man not entitled to do unethical experiments on people? Is a man not entitled to build a city underwater because he fucking hates taxes so much, huh? Oh, man. But anyway, thanks for like the 14 or so people that have stuck around listening to me ramble about my various thoughts. I don't know. Honestly, I did this because I'm like between either I'm between either like getting off for now and like continuing later on, or taking like a probably honestly 5 to 10 minute break and like making myself a sandwich and eating a little bit. Because I'll tell you what, man, I am fucking hungry. My stomach is growling. So, I don't know. It is kind of funny. I wonder what would have made me keep more viewers if I was just like, hey, I'm gonna go eat a sandwich and then left for 10 minutes and like nothing happened, or me just fucking talking about my thoughts and my opinions. uh, but I don't know. I will say if you're a small time live streamer like me or you're thinking about doing it, one thing I would highly recommend, because like I'm not successful as a live streamer. Like here, I'll tell you exactly how much money I've made from live streaming in the past 28 days. Let's see. Revenue. Go on down to live streaming. I have made $2.50 from live streaming. I do not live stream for money. I do it because I like doing I like doing so. So it's like a fun activity for me. Uh but like yeah, number one thing I did that made live streaming so much more bearable and so much more fun for me to do is I turned off like viewer count. Like I do not need to know how many people are watching me. It does nothing but negatively impact me. Either like, oh wow, there's a lot of people here. Oh, the pressure's on. Oh, I really gotta perform highly. Or oh god, people are leaving. I gotta change subject. I gotta try to be better and more entertaining. And it's like, no, I should just do whatever the fuck I want, and who cares? People want to tune in, great. People want to tune out, well, that's a shame. But hey, I wouldn't want you wasting your time doing something you don't enjoy. And so it's like for me turning off the the viewer number is it's done wonders for me, because I can still check it whenever I want. I can pull it up. You got 14 viewers apparently, allegedly. I don't know. Again, sometimes I'm always nervous that it's like maybe overestimating, or it's like, I don't know, are there actual people watching me? I don't know. I'll never know. I'll just forever be in the dark, hoping that there is somebody somewhere out there listening to me as I scream into the void. Oh. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. Ultimately, it's like, for me at least, one of the reasons why I started live streaming was because I wanted to feel like I wasn't wasting my time, like playing games, you know. But then also, I came to find that I really love talking. Like I love talking, and also live streaming is a way for me to get better at talking, despite the fact I'm fucking up talking right now. But like, I don't know, it was really interesting where it's like I feel like I have improved significantly from when I first started live streaming, you know? It's like I would not recommend it, but you could go back and see like all my older live streams, and especially if you watch me playing Rogue Company, which is my favorite multiplayer game of choice. I'm gonna be a little toxic. Just a little. uh but yeah, it's like I don't know. I will say multiplayer games are kind of funny because, like, I stopped playing multiplayer games. I was just like, yeah, you know what? I don't need to play multiplayer games. I don't really want to. It causes me too much strife, and I get angry or I get into it, and I'm just like, I shouldn't be doing that, you know? But like, I will say the last multiplayer game I played was I played the beta for Battlefield 6, and to me it was just so funny how like It's like, oh, I haven't touched a multiplayer game in forever. And then I started playing Battlefield 6, and like I immediately just regress into a guy who goes around using a shotgun or assault rifle or whatever, killing people, having a great time doing that. And then anytime I get killed, usually if you're a sniper, I'll say this, I'll go, oh, fuck you, pussy. And I just like revert back into that. And I'm like, I shouldn't be doing that. I'm 24, man. Because like for me at least it was like a really nice thing where it's like when people would send you like hate messages or like try to shit talk you, the best thing to do is either the best thing really is like being nice and being kind, because it's like it's just so funny when somebody's like, oh, fuck you, you suck dick, or I can't believe you're playing this character, you're so cheap, you're scum. And I'm just like, hey man, it's a good game, you put up a nice fight, you were a real challenge or something like that. And they're like, oh, well, yeah, you too, I guess, GG. And it's like, that's really satisfying. But if you don't want to do that, the best thing to do in an internet argument is to realize it's a zero-sum game. It's just two fucking losers trying to hurt each other's feelings, so the only way to win is not to play. So my favorite thing to do is if you want to leave, like, some snappy sort of one-liner. Like, my go-to is, nobody will ever love you for who you are. Like, that's just, for me, it's a funny thing to say, and it's, like, something that maybe one day it might be, but I don't think it's a bannable offense. I don't think you get banned for being like, you are a fundamentally unlovable person and nobody will desire you. But you just send a message, something like that, where you're just... that's what it is. You're throwing darts at a board, and you don't know if you're hitting anything because you are completely in the dark, but that's what you're doing. You're just throwing darts. And you might hit a bullseye, or you might completely miss the board entirely, you know? But if you are to do anything, if you want to throw a dart and then block them, and then that's it. You just hit them with one witty little thing, or just you know, give them a base level insult and then block and then done. It's like, that's it. And it's like that was a very good thing to learn, you know, where it's like, instead of talking shit or try and insult someone or make them feel bad, it's just way better to either be nice or to just not engage at all. Because again, usually it's a zero-sum game where it's like you're both just wasting time. Stop wasting your time, you know? But I will say it's always a very satisfying thing. Just getting the last word in, whereas like you say your piece and then you're like, nope, we're done. Sorry. Oh, what's that? Did you send a message to me? I don't know, because I blocked you. Where it's like, I don't know, man. I do. There is something viscerally satisfying to me about blocking people. Of just like, I don't know. It's like, I don't mind someone like critiquing me, but like sometimes if a person leaves like a mean comment or like particularly like a bigoted comment or something, I'm just like, oh cool, hide user. Never gonna see your comments again. Sorry, Buster. You lost your comment privileges on my videos. But it's like, that's fun. And I honestly, can I say this? I wish it was easier to block people on TikTok. Because it's like, sometimes I am a fool. Because like, I open up comments all the time. I love comments. And the reason why I love comments is because it's like, it's so interesting reading something that is like additive to the video that you're watching. Like, honestly, it's like, I'm really glad I post Hades clips, because I get some really good and interesting comments of like people talking about the game, or people talking about like Greek lore or mythology surrounding the characters, and like you know, like genuinely like really interesting stuff that like is a nice thing to have with the video I posted or whatever. It's like, it's really good. And like, I always think that whenever I watch something really interesting or something that I think is funny, it's like, oh, surely there's going to be people adding on to it. You know, if I watch a funny video, there's going to be people being funny in the comments, or they're going to bring up an interesting thing or say this or that. And like, almost every time I open the comments and I'm fucking disappointed. Where it's like, especially on TikTok, I'm just like, if I see a comment that is annoying to me, I'm blocking you. I'm sorry. You shouldn't have left an annoying comment, you fucking idiot. It's like I don't know. I cannot stand people just being ignorant or being cruel or just being dumb. You know, it's like I don't want to see it, and I never want to see anything from you ever again. Have a nice life. I hope you better yourself. Not for yourself, for other people. Oh man. Oh, God, I am getting tired. Ugh. But yeah, it is. Uh, it's tough to stop, man. I do wish I had something like just ready to go. Cause like if I had a sandwich already made, I would have like been like, oh, I'll be right back, and then grab the sandwich and then just like ate it while talking in between bites or something. Not chewing up Mike. I would never do that unless I'm doing it for a bit. I also could use another glass of water. Mine is empty. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Interesting song. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I think moral of the story is that I don't know. I like doing things to extremes, where it's like, I don't know. It's like at my core, I am a binger. You know, like if I have like a meal, I like to have the whole meal at once. But if I can't, then I will take it home or save it or whatever. But like, if I am looking to eat something or enjoy something, I just want to enjoy it. And like, for me, I'll go in various spurts of like lately, the thing I'm doing now is like I've been watching so much TV, and specifically like TV shows, where it's just like I don't know, it's a bizarre thing where I'm just like, because like I went from like basically not watching any TV at all to now I'm just like watching a shitload of TV. And to be fair, it's some really good television, man. Been watching Pluribus, Ted Lasso I like. I don't know, say what you will about Apple, they're evil, of course, just like any corporation. But they got some good shows, man. They got some good shows. The crazy thing is Netflix trying to buy Warner Brothers. Now that's fucking crazy, you know? It's like, I don't know, it is so bizarre, right? Where it's like, I feel like so many of the things that people enjoy about capitalism, like so many of the principles that people like about it, are like the very things that make the world great, but also the world worse, right? Like, it's like freedom. That is a core value. You should be free to do what you want, you know? But like, on one hand, you should be free to choose your own destiny, choose what you want to do with your life, but like, you still have responsibilities. You'll never truly be free from anything, you know? It's like, you're still a person. You have to eat, you have to sleep, you have to drink, you have to do all these things to make sure you survive, and you'll never not be able to do that, you know? I don't know, maybe you might be able to. I don't know how you live. But like, it's like with the capitalism that we have, where it's like very unregulated, and it's getting worse and worse, where it's like, I don't know, it is a very funny thing where it's like, I know this is just like a petty thing or whatever, but like I saw someone talking about about a game. It's a game I have and I'm planning on playing at some point. Uh, but they talked about how like, oh, I didn't like the ending for this game because it just like uh replaced like the evil corporation with like a better corporation. And this was like on r/socialist gaming or whatever, so it kind of makes sense. But it's like on one hand I was like, yeah, I kind of see where you're coming from, but on the other hand I'm like, well, that's better, right? like capitalism in of itself is not evil. It's just an economic system. Same thing with communism. Same thing with like libertarianism. You know, where it's like it's like also these are simply labels that don't ultimately really matter. Because like I don't know, I forgot when I was thinking about this, but like but like libertarianism and anarchism are kind of the same thing. It's just like it's like two differing beliefs about human beings. Is that if there is no law, there is no system to prevent people from doing things, people would be good and they would help each other and be a part of a community and organize. That's anarchism. While with libertarianism, it's like, oh, without laws or limits, then people would just be greedy and money hungry and would just try to own and exploit as much as they possibly can. And it's like, I think the thing is, some people would do that, some people wouldn't, you know? And it's like, it's like ultimately, it's not what you have. Well, yeah. Hmm. It's not the system of it's not the economic system or the political system or the country or whatever you exist in. It's not like what it is does not make it good or bad. It's what you do with it. It's what people do within that system, you know? And it's like here's the thing. It's like regulated capitalism is better than unregulated capitalism because it's more beneficial towards people. But it's like, say for example, you have communism, but you kind of fail. You don't have enough resources to provide for everyone. It's like, well, then that's a bad system. You know, you need something that is able to support people and allow people to live happy lives. Like I feel like that's the goal of humanity. That's the goal of life, is to be happy, is to find your place in the world, and to care about people, to love, to feel positive emotions and be able to feel negative emotions and recover from it. Know that, you will be happy one day and you'll be sad the next, but you won't be sad forever and you won't be happy forever, And it's like, if you are sad forever, well, then you need help. You need antidepressants. You need a change. You need something to make you better, And so it's like, this idea of like, oh, hey, this game says that, oh, hey, if you do things better, things will be better. It's like, yeah, that's how it is. That's how it works, It's like, will we ever be free from the bonds and chains of capitalism? Maybe. But ultimately, we don't know. And frankly, it's like, what we should be focusing on is that, like, it is not this idea of like, yes, my economic system is better than yours for these reasons. Like, no, man, we should just be making a better life. We should all be helping each other when we can. And then also, I don't know, I think it's an interesting thing too, where it's like, it's like, how do you feel about the morality of like, if you could help someone and you don't, are you evil? Are you bad? Because I think, like, most people would implicitly say yes. And, like, I kind of think so, too. But then also, it's like, well, it's like, are you a bad person if you don't force yourself to be a doctor? If you don't do something that maybe you don't want to do, but you could do it, and it could help people? It's like, I don't know about that, Because, like, I do also kind of believe that it's like, you shouldn't be forced to do anything. If you simply just want to go outside and lay on the ground until you either perish or something else happens, I think I think you can do that, you know? Like, we kind of have as much freedom and ability and autonomy as we do, you know? Like, you are built, like, for example, I don't know, I'm probably losing so many people talking about this and saying whatever, but it's like, we all have freedom of speech, and we don't have freedom of speech because it's in the it's in the United States amendments to the Constitution. Like, no, we have freedom of speech because you are able to talk. You are able to use your mouth and say words and communicate with people. And then that also doesn't, it isn't limited by words. You can send people texts, you can write messages, you can make a poster, you can, go on a live stream and talk into a microphone, and the microphone digitizes your voice and then sends it out to a whole bunch of people. It's like, you have these inalienable rights because, like, nobody could take it away from you. But the thing is, people could take it away from you. Like, you could have your ability to speak be removed, somebody could remove your vocal cords, and then you're like, well, I can still write, and then they would remove your hands, and then it's like, well, I could use my eyes, and with technology and blah blah blah. It's like, the sad truth of the matter is that we are all entitled to these things, and every person should have them. And the only reason why some people don't have them is because people took it away. Is that we're born with everything we need, and the world we live on, the world that we were born on, the planet, it has everything for us, or it doesn't have everything for us. It just simply is what we have. And the only reason why we don't have anything is because we don't allow it, or people have taken it for themselves to not even have, because, like, that's the bizarre thing about money and billionaires and even millionaires to a certain extent. Me when I'm like, oh, are we getting rid of all billionaires? Well, it's a good thing I only have $999 million. Ooh, it's a close one. My head might have been in a guillotine. But yeah, it's like, like I don't know, it's so interesting to me that we've been given this precious gift of existence, of, like, in my belief, you only have one life. You have this, and then you don't. Once you die, you go back to how it was before you were born, which is nothing. You can't even know that it's nothing because you don't have the ability to perceive. And it's like, we have this one beautiful, weird, strange, horrible, wonderful existence, and rather than making the most of it, so many people and are squandering it for themselves, or squandering it for others, which is the cruelest fucking thing. Because it's like, for me, in my life, I have almost regretted every single time I've been mean or cruel to another person. You know what I've never once regretted? Being kind, being nice, Even if I'm nice to someone who turns out to be a piece of shit, or fucks me over, or does whatever, it's like, I still would have rather done a good deed for them, helped them out, and then, it caused some good in the world, rather than just be like, oh, well, this person could be bad, but I don't know it, but they could be, so now I'd rather just do nothing at all. Ugh. But yeah, ultimately, I think it's like, it's really hard to live a good life. It's really fucking hard. But it's like, everyone should try, and if you can, if you want to, you should help other people do the same, to live a good life, to be happy, to feel connection with people, because it's like, for me, when I was younger, I was a very shy kid, extremely introverted, I'm weird in some ways, yeah. I will say it is funny. It's like, yeah, I started live streaming because I was normal. I was just an average person, so I started live streaming one day. But No, my point is that like uh like I struggled to connect with people. You know, I made friends. I had friends, but like eventually, you know, I'm introverted, so I would just want to be alone, and I would want to do something on my own and focus on myself and do you know, just do something in solitude. And it's like for me, one of my favorite things to do as a kid, and it's kind of a shame I don't do it anymore. It's kind of why I'm really appreciating this game, is that I'm like, oh, this game is tricking me into reading. Fuck yeah! Thank God, man. I forgot how much I love reading. But like, I loved reading as a kid. It was like my favorite thing to do, and like, you know, I haven't read a book in like 2 years, you know, and it's like again, it's like I think people have this tendency to be like, oh, well, reading is good and watching movies is like reading is better than watching a movie. Watching a movie is better than watching a TV show. Watching a TV show is better than playing a video game. That like all these different mediums of art are somehow better than the other, but it's like they're not. They're all forms of entertainment and they're all forms of art. And the great thing about art is that you're able to connect with people even if you're alone. You know, going to a museum and looking at a painting and like appreciating the craftsmanship and the meaning and the ideas behind this piece of work is fucking amazing, you know? And it's like there's like so many different ways to enjoy something. Like that's kind of something I think about when going to museums and like checking out different paintings or sculptures or stuff like that, is that you can look at something and interpret it how you want. You know, you look at like a sculpture and you see one thing, and then you can have a tour guide or have one of those audio things or like read the plaque that's next to it, where it kind of explains who the artist was and like what the ideas or you know what people speculate the ideas and meaning behind the art is. And it's like that's another way to engage with a work of art, and it's all really interesting, and it allows you to connect with people even if you're not physically around people, you know. Because like for me at least, one thing that like helped me start living my life the way I wanted to live it was I realized one day that like if I were to wake up tomorrow and there were to be no other people on the planet, like everyone just evaporated or got raptured or were abducted by aliens, I don't know, but every single person on the earth is gone. So like, would I still do things? Would I continue like playing video games or you know, eating food and drinking water and like living essentially? And for me, it's like I would do that, you know? But also, it's like I'm sure I would be fucking miserable. I would be miserable and I would be alone. And again, what I would be doing is clinging to what little humanity is left, you know? Because it's like for me that would be like the interesting thing of like if like every single person is gone, it would be like fascinating to like walk into people's homes and like see how they had things set up, what pictures they put up, like how their clothes were organized, or like what furniture they decided to have, like heirlooms, like what's hiding in the attic, what's like something that they want to keep but something they don't want to see or have be nearby. You know, it's like that would be the most interesting stuff to me. And it's like I don't know. I think either way you feel about that, whether you're someone who would still keep living on after everyone disappeared or someone who wouldn't, it's like it's like that's the thing that connects us, is that I could see myself doing either, or at the very least I can understand either option, you know? Because it's like for me the reason why I would keep living is that it's like I don't need someone's approval. I don't need to be accepted by people. I don't need to be loved or adored, even though I desperately want to be, you know? It's just like I want people to like me. I want people to find me interesting. I want people to value the things I have to say. But even if no one is going to value the things I say, I'm still going to keep talking. I will still do it because that is just in my nature. It's how I'm built, it's how I'm programmed. And it's why, ultimately, no matter what I do, whether you want to consider this right now, me talking to a microphone over the background of Citizen Sleeper, to be art or not, it's like I want to do something creative. I want to, like, write a book or tell a story or, share my thoughts, my critiques, my opinions, because I want people to be entertained. I want people to be connected to me, even if you're not directly connected to me, you know? Because it's like, remember reading, like, so many books when I was young. And it's just like the feeling I had where it's like at the time, you don't even realize it or you don't even think about it this way, but it's like, it made me feel okay. It made it so even though I was alone, I wasn't alone. I was still connected to the world. I was still connected to humanity, you know? And I think that's a very precious thing. And I think that's something, I think that is why people do wrong, why people are bad. It's because they're not connected to people, because they don't believe in life and the people that live it, you know? Is that it's like, for me, it's like, I don't think everyone should agree with me. I don't think everyone should be like the exact same, But it's like, but like I think there's a difference between two people disagreeing about something and like somebody making it so that you're not allowed to disagree about something, where it's like, for me, it's like you can believe whatever you want and you can do whatever you want so long as you are not harming other people. That is like ultimately kind of my philosophy. That's my morality, is that if you want to spend the entire day, I don't know, building a sculpture, or spend your life dedicated to collecting flowers or insects or something like that, it's like, I think that's fantastic. Like, to me, there is no meaning to life. The meaning of life is what you create with it, what you do with it, you know? And if you choose to do something that is negative towards life, that is like detrimental to life, it's like, it's not a life worth living. It's not something that anyone should want to do. It's not something that it is it's like, it's just not healthy, you know? It's like, to me, it's like a very funny idea, where it's like, it's like, I don't know, I don't know if my mom told me this one day or if it was like something else, something I was watching or whatever, but like, I don't know. I remember being distinctly told, it's like, oh, just because people are rich, that doesn't mean they're happy. And it's like, oh, okay, then why the fuck are people rich? If having money doesn't make you happy, then why the fuck do you need all that money? Are you dumb? Are you a fucking idiot? Oh, man. Which, like, to me, I think that is ultimately, like, so funny. Is that it's like, you can be somebody who has every amenity and privilege available to you, and yet somehow you're still miserable. And it's like, what fucking system allows for that? How could we be living in a society where it's like, you have access to everything, you never have to work, you never have to worry about anything, and yet somehow, some way, you're unhappy, you know? Because it's like, here's the thing, we're all unhappy sometimes, we're all miserable on occasion, It's like, for example, this afternoon when I woke up, I was fucking miserable. I was having a terrible time. My head was pounding. I was thirsty. I was like, oh man, I need to drink water and probably take like some Advil or an Excedrin. but I can't get up because I feel like such garbage. And it's like, eventually I got up, drank some water, took a little bit of Excedrin, and I was like, okay, now I'm on my way to feeling better, but I'm still feeling a bit miserable. And it's I don't know, it's like I don't know. Another thing for me too is that I feel like I spent so much of my life being miserable and being unhappy when I didn't need to be, you know? Like, uh, I don't know. Sorry, I just got a little self conscious for a second. But, like, I, I don't know. In particular, when I dropped out of college, it's like I fucking hated myself. I hated myself. I saw myself as a complete failure and a fuck up. And, like, I now deserve to suffer for the rest of my life. And it wasn't until, like, it's several years later, where I was like, wait, why am I doing this to myself? It's like, why am I choosing to be miserable when I can instead choose to be happy and follow my dreams and try to make the best of my situation? Where, sitting around and being miserable does nothing good for you. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help anyone else. It only hinders and harms. And for me, at least, it's like, yeah, that's something that it frankly, is like illogical. Is that I'm being like crazy if I'm allowing myself to feel bad and be bad and then believing that there's no hope. Because, like, I think that's also a core thing about me, is that, like, you might as well hope. Because it's like, again, kind of tying this all back to the thing that made me go on this very long rant, is like, there's no reason to be cynical. There's no reason to be miserable. You might think it makes you happier or makes you better at dealing with things, or tempering your expectations, but like ultimately it doesn't. And like, here's the thing too, though, is that it's like sometimes it's okay. Like for me, it's like sometimes I'm like a negative person. Sometimes I have very like negative emotions. And for me, it's like always better if I can just let it out in a like non-destructive way. Because like so much of my life, I've spent I've spent time being negative, being like destructive. Instead of going, oh wait, I can just complain about something or yell at a thing, or because it's like for me, I've had anger issues for my life. And it's like, for me, I realized that, the best way to deal with anything that's making you angry is to walk away, But like for me, if it's in a situation where I'm unable to walk away, or my stubborn dumbass refuses to walk away, at least when I'm not dealing with a person, it's like my limit is yelling. It's like I will only ever yell at something, and if I ever feel like I'm about to like throw a controller or punch a wall or do something dumb like that, I'm just like, no. It's like being able to step back and be like, I don't have to do that. I don't have to do anything. There is no requirement that just because I'm feeling extremely negative, I have to then go do something negative. I have to go do something destructive or painful, either for myself or for someone else. And it's like, wait, yeah, I don't have to fucking do that. There is nothing that is forcing me to do that. It's just my brain feels like it is, because my brain is being irrational, because I'm flooded with whatever your brain gets flooded with when you're angry. And it's like a very for me it's a very hard fucking thing to learn. It's a very hard thing to learn just how free you are, just how much control over yourself you can have if you allow yourself to be controlled, to temper yourself. And it's like it's a fucking hard thing. And it's like I've been fortunate enough to be able to work on myself, to improve, to become a better person. And it's like I think everyone should have that opportunity. You know, you should have the opportunity to better yourself and like do something that helps people. And like the problem with the world is that it's fucking hard to do that, especially for people in terrible situations or people who don't have that opportunity. And it's like I don't know. For me at least, it kind of reminds me of the of like uh, I don't know what this is specifically, but this idea for some people that like, oh hey, if you have privilege, you're a bad person, or you should feel bad about having privilege. And it's like, I think to a certain extent, you should consider why you do have privilege and why you don't. Like, for example, I live in America. And America, the reason why it's so rich and so nice for some people, obviously not for everyone, is because it exploits other countries. It exploits other people, you know? The reason I'm able to go to a grocery store and, buy food is because someone else is growing it, picking it, shipping it, and bringing it to the grocery store. And it's like, I don't know, for me at least, it's like the problem with privilege is not that people have privilege, is that it shouldn't be a privilege, you know? Like, you should be able to feel safe walking around at night. You should be able to go out and enjoy yourself. You should be able to go on a vacation and like enjoy time off where you don't have to do a job. And like the jobs people work should be something that provides value, that actually contributes to people or to the world or to the betterment of these things, you know, the betterment of society, the betterment of people on individual levels, or the betterment of the earth that we live on, you know? But instead, you know, we, some people more than others, obviously, but like, we're doing all these things that harm the planet, that don't help people, that, you know, are ultimately bad things just because people are afraid to lose money. And it's like, yeah, money is not real. Money is supposed to be the abstract idea of value made tangible, you know? Like when you go up to like when you buy a fucking video game that's like $30, you know, it's like I've bought some games where I've paid $60 for them, and I'm like, that was not worth it at all. And this game is worth like fucking $5. It sucks, you know, or I just really don't like it. And there are games I've played where it's like, oh wow, this like cool little indie game I bought for like $15 or however much, I should have paid $150 for it because that's how much I fucking loved it, you know? Where it's like, I don't know, everyone should have access to happiness, to health, to things that you need to survive. But also, it's like, we should all be contributing to that, you know? It's like the commune in this game is like really fun. Like, I don't know, for me, part of the problem of like a lot of jobs I've had is that I feel a disconnect from people. You know, I either feel a disconnect from people or I become like a miser. Like my very first job was as a dishwasher. And like, here's the thing. I actually kind of like doing the dishes. Like it's kind of a fun thing. Uh, but like it's like after a while of like working for so long and so hard, and like especially the place I worked at, I was just constantly having to work. Uh, hate to pull back the curtain on this case. Like one of the very first days I was working there, the guy who's doing the dishes, literally said to me, "Hey man, don't worry if the dishes are clean. You just got to get them done." And I was like, that's fucking insane. It's fucking insane that that this guy has to like it have this fucking bad mentality of like, oh hey, who gives a fuck if the dishes are clean? You got to have them done. And it's like for me, I was certainly slower than some of the other dishwashers that worked there, but when I fucking did the dishes, they were fucking clean. All right, I got them fucking clean because I'm like, I hope that whatever poor soul is back in a restaurant I go to working at the dishwasher, that they care enough to have the dishes be clean, you know. And it's like, for me at least, it's like it making it just be clean for the benefit of other people, that was like the nice part about it. But then the negative part about it was when I'm having to work really hard, my fucking back is aching, I'm dealing with hot water, and it's just like, it's just a miserable fucking thing. And it's like, oh great, people need plates to put their fucking pizza on. This fucking sucks. And it's like, eventually it's like, rather than it being like, because again, it's like, were I not worked so hard doing the job, I would have been more fine with it, you know, where it's like I could take moments to breathe. But it's like, literally I could not take a break. Like if I did ever at any point want to take a break, I had to like clock out and then I could take a break, which is fucked up, first of all. And then like uh it's just like this bizarre thing where it's like, a lot of jobs are like this, where they just want you to work extremely hard. Like when I was working as a stalker at a grocery store, uh like the on the first day I was working there, the manager was like, "Oh yeah, hey, by the way, you know, if like like we're just trying to get this done. We're trying to get the store stocked before it opens. So if it works better for you, you should like just wait to take your lunch. Like if you should just work your entire shift, and then afterwards hang out in the break room for like 15 or 30 minutes. I forgot how long a lunch break was. Uh, and then and then leave. And I'm like, oh yeah, sure. And then I proceed to not fucking do that because that's insane. It's like because again, I'm trying to remember how long my shifts were. I think it was like 8 hours long, because I would get there at like 10 p.m. and then like the store would open at like 6 a.m. and that'd be like the end of my shift. So it's like an 8-hour work day. And it's like, I'm not I'm not fucking not gonna take a lunch because, oh, I might have to put a couple more cans on the shelf before the store opens. It's like, I'm taking a fucking lunch, man. But it's like, again, the thing is that like with all these jobs, it's like, it's all this like big rush and this idea that's like, oh, you have to do this thing, or oh, it's got to get done, and blah 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 blah, when it's like, it's so unnecessary, you know. It's like, it's stocking a grocery store, it's like, that's a pretty valuable thing, people need to buy groceries. But it's like this idea that's like, oh yeah, hey, while you're stocking all this food, you're not allowed to eat food. It's like, the fuck. It's like, so many bizarre ways that people are just making the job more miserable than it needs to be. And it's like, for what fucking benefit? For what purpose, man? You know? It just to appease like some fucking freak who would like go to a grocery store the second it opened and like see like a fucking 20-year-old kid still stocking like cans or whatever. It's like, ooh, yeah, I'm gonna go leave a negative review for this grocery store. Can you believe it? This guy was stocking a shelf. Oh. It's like just this bizarre idea where we live with all these invisible rules and all this insane shit. And it's like, the truth is, we're all just fucking crazy. Like, nothing means anything, man. It's like, you know we're all gonna die one day, right? You know one day we won't be here. And I'll tell you what, man. It's like, I might not remember every single fucking meal I have, but I'm certainly enjoying that over fucking, like, again, the thing I remember most from being a stalker in a grocery store is not, like, the actual stalking. Like, eventually it just becomes, like second nature. Where it's like, okay, this goes there, blah, 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 blah. My favorite part about that was, like, listening to a podcast and, like, enjoying art. You know, that was my favorite thing about working there. And just like some of the other places I worked, where I worked at Lowe's for a time, and it's like, all of my favorite memories are not like, oh, I really worked hard, or I really did this. Like, no, it was like people coming up to me asking me for help and being very nice, and I helped them. You know, it's like I remember there was like one old woman who was there, who came up to me, and it was kind of funny because she was like, Jimmy, is that you? And it's like, my name is not Jimmy. and 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 I was like, oh no, hey, my name's Liam, but how can I help you? She's like, oh, you're not Jimmy. He works over at the Home Depot, like across the street. And it's just like, nope, but hey, I'm happy to help you. And I forget, she said she had something, I don't know what it was, but she had like gotten this like bag of rocks, as well as like a couple of other things that she wanted for her garden. And and she was like, oh, I have this thing that makes it hard for me to carry things. And I'm like, oh, hey, no problem at all. And like, you know, I pushed her cart for her, and then I helped load the stuff into her trunk. And like, it was just like a nice moment of like helping out this old woman who wanted to get some stones. She's like, oh, and don't worry about it. Once I get home, my husband will carry it. And I'm like, all right, that's great. You have a wonderful day now. It's like, stuff like that is what I remember from that job, and I look fondly back on, is that like, it's so fucking great helping people. It's so wonderful being a nice person. And like, that's ultimately my philosophy, is if you can't be a good person, you can't help somebody, then don't harm anyone, you know? Because like, I think that is better. You can argue whether or not that's like right or righteous, or like, you know, it's like, oh, you could be helping people. You could be sacrificing your time or your life or your meager amount of money, in my case, to help people. And it's like, yeah, I should. I should donate where I can and help out at places where it's where I'm able to, you know? But it's like, you know, again, it's like, well, I would rather, you know, enjoy myself and not feel guilty about all the things I could be doing, and then do good things when I can, rather than be like, oh, I'm not doing good things and I'm not doing anything, so I'm a bad person and I should feel bad, and then I'm just in this perpetual cycle of feeling bad, not doing anything, and then feeling bad about not doing anything, and just like never actually doing anything and never actually being a good person. Whereas like, instead, I just feel good doing what I want to do, and then when the time comes, I be helpful and help out and you know, be nice and kind and generous when the opportunity arises. And I don't know, it's bizarre that people aren't this way, that people haven't come to the same conclusion. It's like I think a lot of people have, you know. I like to believe most people are good. More people are good than are bad. But it's just so weird to me to be like sadistic, to be like this weird creature that delights in the pain and displeasure of others. Where it's like I don't know how you would do it, you know? Where it's like the only time I'm really happy if somebody is suffering is if like I'm like, oh, they're a terrible person and they made people suffer, so you know, kind of funny now that they're suffering. Or like, oh, I don't like this person. This person was like cruel or mean to me, and now they're having a bad time themselves. Like, but it's like even then, it's like I don't think it's a good impulse. You know, I don't think it makes me evil or nothing. But it's like it's not a healthy thing to delight in that. And so, like, for me at least, it's I don't know. It's just so bizarre when it's like you can take something wonderful uh, like a game or well, it's like I think it's like it's even more amazing, like creating something, you know, making a game or making a bit of art or you know, making a crop or you know, making a dish or cooking something or you know, like creating something that brings pleasure and happiness to someone else is like it's such a beautiful and rewarding thing. I don't know why more people don't do it. There's like plenty of people do, but you know, also a lot of people want to do that, but can't or are unable to, and they're like that's such a cruelty, both for the person who is unable to uh, do what they want and follow their passions and live their dreams, because it deprives them of that, and then also deprives everyone else of something that they could have enjoyed, of something that could have been beautiful, you know? Where it's like it's like ultimately you should be a good person not because it's the right thing to do or it makes you selfless. You should be a good person because you're selfish. You should help people because it makes you feel good, you know? Like it's okay to be happy with yourself, to be okay being yourself, so long as you're not like harming people and hurting them, you know. And it's like even if you have done that, you know, it's like being able to move on and actually do something good, do something that's redeeming is like great, you know. It's like if a bad person does a good thing, that's still a good thing done. And if a good person does a bad thing, that's still a bad thing, but you know, you can still do good later. You can do good. You can't really erase it. You know, maybe you can't even make up for it, but you can still do good. You can still do something positive and upbeat with your time rather than, you know, just descending into negativity and like destruction, where it's like it is beneficial to no one but mainly to yourself. Ugh. Well, anyway, speaking of destruction, I am destroying my stomach by not getting anything to eat. So, ooh, wait, how long is that? 2,865 seconds? How many minutes is that? I can't do math off the top of my head. So that divided by 60, 47 minutes. That's pretty crazy. I've just been talking for 47 minutes. Ugh. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get off for now and go eat some food, probably watch a TV show, and then you know, probably do some productive stuff. Ooh, I gotta go water my Christmas tree. That's something I can do. Because it's also the fun thing. It's Christmas time, man. I fucking love Christmas. Like, it is by far my favorite holiday. Just like, I don't know, I like the winter. I like ornaments, decorations. I love Christmas movies. Like, one of my favorite movies of all time is It's a Wonderful Life, which is maybe apropos considering all the things I've been talking about. But I love It's a Wonderful Life, man. And it's like, I don't know, it's so great because it's like a movie from the 40s, and like there's really not that much problematic stuff in it. Where it's like there's a couple of things here and there. Like one of them I think is just really funny. It's just like it Clarence is the angel, right? Where like you don't know the premise for It's a Wonderful Life. George Bailey, this guy who's like kind of at his last rope, where he's like going to jump off a bridge, and he's like kind of screaming like, I wish I'd never been born. But yeah, I forget how does the movie start. It does it start with like you seeing his life, or does it start with him on the bridge? I don't know. It's been a whole year since I last saw the movie, but anyway, he's on the bridge, and he's gonna be like, and he's jumping. And he's like, he goes, I wish I had never been born. And then you see the angel Clarence hears him and is like, all right, well, now you've never been born. And he goes around town, and like nobody recognizes him, nobody knows who he is, and like he sees just how much worse the town is and the people there are with him never having been born. And like I don't know, it's very funny when he goes to like find his wife, and it's like, again, I forget, Clarence is like, she's a librarian, she never married, and it's like that's supposed to be like a super bad thing. And it's like, even in the movie I don't think it really is, but it's just like funny. It's like, oh no, she's a librarian. But like, no, the more actual thing of it is that it's like, you know, it's like she just doesn't, is that this guy's like lost his wife, you know. But yeah, it is it is pretty funny. It's like in this worst version of the world without George Bailey in it, it's like, oh, his wife is a librarian who never married. Oh God. But yeah, I don't know. I like the movie for the most part, because it's like, I don't know, it's so kind of interesting seeing like this guy's life, and like, I don't know, because yeah, it's like, I don't think it starts on the bridge. I don't know, it might, but like you see like basically from when he's born, like growing up, and it's I don't know, to me it's such a it is like a classic. It's like a classic little tale, and I don't know, it means a lot to me. But yeah, man, Christmas, it's fucking cool. If Christmas ain't your thing, that's no problem, you know, perfectly understandable. But for me, it's just like, I don't know, like you drink, especially now I'm an adult, you know, didn't really do this as a kid, which would be fucked up if I did. But it's like drinking some spiked eggnog, you know, getting the family together if you can. This year, like, nobody's around for Christmas, you know, which is a little sad, but it's like, yeah, it's all right. And then also for me, it's like, I don't know, it's kind of fun because my birthday is January 1st, so it's like it's like, for me, it's just like a fun week of like, oh, Christmas and then my birthday, and it's like both like fun, jolly celebrations that a lot of people enjoy, you know. So for me, it's just like a positive time where I'm just like, yeah, fucking Christmas rules, you know. Ugh. All right. Well, with that being said, I am having I don't know. I'm having a bit of a crash now. I'm getting very tired, so I'm gonna go make myself some food. Afterwards, I might go to sleep. I don't know, but I'm getting off for now. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Listening to me ramble and rant and talk about whatever it is I liked, and then also reading out Citizen Sleeper because it honestly it's such a great game, man. I feel so bad it took me this long to play it, but it's like I don't know. It's fucking I love art. I love enjoying myself. I love being happy. It's fucking awesome. People should try it more. You should try to be happy. Maybe you deserve it, maybe you don't. But you know what? No point in making yourself miserable. It doesn't really benefit anyone, you know? Only negatively impacts yourself. But yeah. Oh. I am calling it here. Thank you very much. I am oh, I'm exhausted. But hey, tomorrow probably gonna finish up Citizen Sleeper. Might even play it again or start a second playthrough. That'll be fun. But for now, that's all, and I'm hitting the hay, or I don't know. I'm gonna go eat food. I've used up all my brain cells. They're gone. I gotta go make new ones. All right, peace out. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Blah, 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 blah. Enjoy your life. Celebrate, love. Be merry. I guess. All right, peace.